Hey everybody, if you already noticed,
Back. So we'll have
like,
I believe
yeah,
Brazil here on
if you guys
defense
already
so
noticed,
far
I
in
just
this
went
World
live.
Cup. So they'll
I
come out and
thought I
play a
was
single
live,
base comp. So talked about how
but my stupid
Sigma
ass didn't hit
extremely
record, so
good
we missed a good
on
portion
circuit. This is kind of what you want to see here
of all
from
this,
really just about
all
every
this fun.
team. Is they'll play with a Genji Sojourn. So
I'm so
you know
good at
Bastion
this.
play Bastion with this. The
No,
Sigma's
Overwatch
really strong against
contenders.
Bastion.
I still got to
I
set some
feel
things
like
up,
if
so we're
there
watching
is
it while
any
done.
tanks that can kind of like stand up to the damage output, probably like a recent Sigma.
Yeah.
I think Sigma actually probably does a little bit of a better job, like barrier plus kinetic grasp,
Surprised are using us.
and stun potentially. So
Like it.
we'll see how they play against it.
He definitely has to rotate his cooldowns pretty well though, Dalka, because there's a lot of pressure on that barrier, especially with Nanda as well playing in the front line. I kind of prefer to see Dalka play this high ground and try and get some poke damage in. You can see how low Kuffer's shield has already gotten on this approach, but this is, you know, I won't say free real estate, but Australia have been able to advance pretty significantly now, and much of the players on the high ground position are being forced down. Svenko the last to leave here, but Australia has a pretty strong spot to play from, and Brazil is still biding their time.
Yeah, I'm curious why they choose to do this, Brazil, because you're playing with
Them
the
bash.
Genji Sojourn, right? Like you want to
I
play.
just know.
They're not
I was.
exactly close
I
up,
only saw the
right?
sim for my peripherals,
But you still
so
have,
this is interesting to
Sturdius
me.
with the Sigma to be able to kind of like brawl a little bit, which feels like is the strength of their comp. Like Ludwig poking here at range on Genji isn't going to get it done. I mean, there's already an amp matrix here. Yeah, I mean, just not a huge
Damn.
fan of the way they play that. I would love to see them push up a little bit, get aggressive, because Dalka can survive this. Like, you know, when Bastion goes wheels mode, right? You know, you get the kinetic grass, you got a shield going. The Sigma can get up to like 800 something HP. I mean, he can get up high, you know, absorbing a lot of that damage. And then you can start fighting. I mean, you also have a Brig in the mix at the start, right? So like backing up like with the Brig and the Genji, it just doesn't really work out.
I much prefer the Zen switch here for Niall, of course, especially if Brazil are so priced into trying to keep Australia at
But then
arm's
why
length.
play Genji? Like, what's the Genji?
Made a wet burrito.
I mean,
By the way.
that's a fair point. I think
So,
eventually
anyone's wondering, I'm
engagement,
eating
pressure backline
wet
like
burrito.
Against like a Baptiste Lucio, it doesn't seem like
Kind of
the
messy.
best target.
So,
The problem is as well is if you play a poke comp like this and you just give ground, you're actually just feeding ult charge to a lot of supports here. Svenko finally finds an angle though around that shield of Kuffer, and that's a huge opener. Now this seems out of the picture. Darkor also has that gravitic flux in the back pocket here. I think Australia gonna have to wait their time. There's a lot of free damage here for Dalka.
Yeah, and this could be huge, right? The flux, because you have the sound barrier on the opposite side. Here's going to be a blade. Can you? Okay, so they get sound barrier out there. Now you have a free flux.
Yeah, that's really nice. I mean, what does Australia do from that position? It's really a matter of not getting staggered and taken down. So it doesn't feel like the best exchange for that from down under. Here comes the wall, though. Not going to do much about it. Gravitic flux here is over the top. Comes Dalka, putting the pressure down. The flux came out, but to what effect? It's unclear. Nanda and Kappa able to bring the Sigma down as we see an uncharacteristic moment of aggression from this composition that falls utterly flat.
Yeah, no, it's a nice flux, but you just have to push past that sim shield. And at that point, right, you have no healing potential from your Baptiste, right? It's very difficult to kind of get him on the opposite side there, and yeah, this is gonna be a point to take here for Australia. I mean, they are speed running here through circuit.
I mean, there's a lot of elements here that really put a Sigma composition to peril, Matt. The Symmetra TP, just to throw forward. I mean, you don't even necessarily have to follow it, but if you want to close the gap and stop getting poked down ad nauseum, then that's an easy option for you. Finally, Ludwig gets into the action, able to pressure the Bastion down. That deflect is really crucial when assault configuration is active. But at best, it's a trade. You've lost both your supports now as Brazil, and you are being run off the map.
But you know what I would like here? Like, if you're Brazil, right, you could run a Bastion of your own. Like, if you want to play, let's say you want to play the Genji here, potentially, you could run like Bastion Genji and then at least have like some follow-up, right, and enough damage, because I think the Bash can take advantage of the Reinhardt. Like, you can maneuver the Reinhardt around the map with the Sim TP, but you kind of play it right. Eventually they're out of mobility. You can kind of catch this Reinhardt off guard.
Already this high ground control. I mean, Australia don't need to stay here, but being able to get the cart where they have without taking any casualties is just massive. Now that high ground position is basically...
Sojourn got real good.
TP to the high ground, but Kappa doesn't quite make it. It's going to still force out a Transcendence. Nami, yeah, very uncomfortable spot after that. Zenyatta ultimate was drawn from them. And Brazil will be able to find a foothold here finally. Maybe made a chance to re-establish some high ground control and actually find purchase with these poke elements.
Yeah, I mean, right. This is where this part of the map you think you maybe make a little bit of an impact, where you kind of have the Sojourn on one side, the Sigma on the other, kind of just like poking constantly. Genji could even contest if need be. See how Australia plays this though, Mitch. You're gonna have everything coming into this fight. I mean, an opportunity to like engage with sound barrier, collapse on top of.
They should buff Kaz
the Zenyatta,
for the funnies.
Zenyatta
That's
would just
great.
crumble in that regard.
The issue is the sound barrier here has to answer either Blade or Gravitic Flux. Unlikely it's going to be adequate to cover both of them. And just as the Air Matrix came up, Spenko rips Aki's head off. Here's that Flux, and Delka's happy enough to get covered. Such a high value elimination here. And Birdlog used that sound barrier. Australia came to that fight utterly unprepared. Brazil used one ultimate to win it.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, that is huge, right? That is an Amp Matrix and Sound Barrier gone, which are two huge ultimates. Like, Kuffa is like, are you going to be able to get a great shatter off here? Like, now this allows Ludwig to get really aggressive with this Blade with no real counter on the other side. Is early
Would say something, he stopped one. Oh.
zoning. Gonna buy some time, but still, it allows Ludwig to get aggressive with this Blade, and maybe getting another fight win for Brazil, which is huge, right? They burned like 2 minutes off this clock already after playing really no defense up until this point.
I love that. Coming from an unexpected angle there. Nanda maybe not expecting to drop down. Here comes the Blade. That'll be one for Ludwig. Symmetra, that vulnerability at close range gets exploited to its fullest, as Ludwig's able to find 4 kills in that fight. Australia try a cute little off-angle TP to catch Brazil off. It doesn't pay off.
All right, this is where though Australia has an opportunity to win this.
Australia has this. I'm like,
TP shatter. You could actually.
I'm just gonna say Australia has this for fucking sure.
Like TP into that, like a few
Oh, that poor Sim.
With 3.
Oh, Sebastian.
Nami brings that roof down on top of Brazil.
Oh, the Genji was one.
Eventually, Kuffa found some use for that ultimate.
Okay, so far it's just. I think it's just the BAP, Lucio, and Bastion. Okay, Sim showed up.
Carts move so far back, right? Because a few fight wins for Brazil, and then Ludwig able to contest here. So even going to stop it from moving further. So few fights were huge for Brazil's opportunity to
Genji's.
hold on deep.
I still can't believe the Genji survived that shit.
It's not perfect to catch Dalka, but it's going to force the transcendence one way or another. Still happy though to leverage it here.
Oh no.
1 minute left. On their
Oh no.
And there'll be a stagger on Nanda here. Tries to twist the knife.
Now, just 30 seconds left on the clock. Been able to stop this Bastion comp now a few times in a row. It seems like they finally got their footing here, Brazil. Dalka with a huge Gravitic Flux, no support ultimate on the other side. Really just an immortality field that's going to keep everybody up.
And that high ground that Australia fought so doggedly to capture.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, had to knock on my door. Damn, he missed that. I thought he would have got that. The Sigma played wrong right there. He threw a barrier up and pretty much fed the fucking Sim. Dude, he almost died to the fucking Zen. Dude, Ludwig fucking Ludwig just hard carried near the fucking end. Oh my god.
Quite frankly, were just not very good, but a 4+ minute hold here at the end. And now you're cooking here. If you're Brazil, I mean, you got a real opportunity to take this to a third map.
A deflect there from Ludwig. After pulling out the blade, it's probably the last thing you want to do when you're going for a Dragon Blade. But he realizes that Kuffa is all over him. Couple hammer swings, and that blade never gets to do any work. So he deflects, spends some time, of that duration, just avoiding damage, and then sees a swift strike opportunity. That's big. I mean, Kuffa really pushed very deep to try and get that Zenyatta kill and eventually punish for it.
Yeah, I mean, Ludwig had a really good map number 1. Even in the Brazil loss, right, on Echo. Now, following that up with another strong map here on Genji. I actually think this is going to you know, if you run the same composition here on offense for Brazil, I actually think it's going to work out a little bit better for them, because I actually thought their comp would have worked out fine if they actually took some fights here early on. Like if you took a fight at the corner, right? Like this Sigma can survive a lot of this damage that the Bastion's putting down. They just never actually fought early on, where now obviously on the offensive side of things, being forced to fight, I feel like they'll see good results.
Yeah, one thing's for sure. Australia cannot afford to give Brazil nearly as much room as Brazil offered them. They have to get value here out of this Bastion. They have to play this corner. And God forbid they let Niall line them up at long range with volley after volley of those orbs.
See Australia trying to figure out which way to attack this. Looks like they were gonna kind of show that they were gonna wrap around, and then looks like looks like they actually end up finding Dalka there. No, you talked about it, right? You're gonna have to rotate those cooldowns pretty well between your shield and your kinetic grasp and whatnot. Looked like even he got stunned for a second. Maybe he
Zenyatta's on the flank. Oh my god.
There.
This is very dangerous. Svenko starting to pop up a little bit there, and cover is too low. The immortality field, not an option here.
Fucking Sojourn, bro.
In that fight, you know they've got to go aggressive. They've got to take the fight to Dalka. But as the dust settles, they're out of position. And then Nana gets picked off again. I mean, Nana has definitely struggled with a lot of this like long-range hit scan pressure getting picked off around Kuffer's shield.
Yeah, and I think if Brazil like played aggressive on defense, I think you would have saw the same type of results, right? You know, Australia puts some pressure on Dalka, but to get that kill, they come out everybody very low and not end up enough HP to survive. You know, Svenko and Ludwig running through them on the back end.
And Matrix up here for Aki, might be an aggressive one, and so it is. It's thrown down instantly, but Ludwig sees an opportunity and he snatches the kill. Svenko with that overclock. Nami falling to that one here, and Brazil look very, very well drilled on this map, Matthew. They are blazing through Circuit Royal, and even though Australia trying to close the gap, trying to take the fights, they're backfiring.
Well, they have to, right? You can't just play this Reinhardt sim and play at a distance, right? You have to be the team that's aggressive, getting in the mix, taking these fights constantly. But now they're going to be walking into, a transcendence, right? To keep everybody alive. If need be, you do have the amp matrix. So Brazil with a lot of good ultimates. And look at this, Xfelt trying to play.
Look at people in chat. Has 1,000 fans, I'm one of them. If it has 100 fans, I'm one of them. And I'm one of them. There's none. No longer on Earth. What the fuck?
They know it's time to back away and give up this space. They'll surge forward and retake it in just a moment as Svenko knows it. He's going to slide his way out. Fire strike came through. A fully charged rail, but no good opportunity to make use of it. There's the Transcendence coming out, and still Xfel is felled. Ludwig wants to try and chase Cupper down, but the sound barrier now means that these are going to be tough nuts to crack.
Oh, he's literally 1 HP. He survives with 1 fucking HP. The dude. He fucking goes in and survives with 1 HP and fucking dips. What the fuck?
At least find Cuffer, probably some more, but had to use that big sound barrier to keep everybody topped up.
App's almost dead. At least was. Great window, but no value. Guess they didn't really go to waste. I mean, they damaged them quite a bit. Wasn't like fantastic.
Through all this damage that potentially could come down, because they don't have a speed boost, right? Very slow comp. Even getting the Zenyatta into position will be difficult, right? It's gonna have Ludwig maybe moving this.
Oh, that fucking shatter! That fucking shatter!
Right in that Zen's face.
I cannot believe what I just saw there. Very quickly, TP in, throw the
He's dead. Genji's 1. Nice. Oh my god. He could have. If the Sojourn wouldn't have got knocked back a little bit from that, it would have been a pin. Or she wouldn't have kept walking backwards, it would have been a fucking pin. Oh my god, this is insane.
It's almost impossible to get the Zen out of this position. Look, what? This is just
oh my god, they're bullying. They're bullying.
Team Australia really trying to play to their strengths here. The steam wall is thrown out, but they actually take 2 kills.
Oh, but
before it even goes out, 2 very important players taken down.
Dude, they bullied and they got killed.
Are they gonna get there?
Fucking shit.
Party vibes from that TP shatter play here. Team Australia doing a great rendition of what we saw from London.
That is
They just want to close
No.
distance and take fights, right?
Just no.
TP in, force them to split, and then take the fight, right? So playing a little bit slower now. You do have double support ult here for Australia, and just a minute and 30 on the clock, so not a ton of time.
Blade is a problem. Ludwig can throw the one out here. Quick air matrix though, and oh my goodness! Ludwig catches the wrong side of that tactical grenade. Well, that option's off the table right now for Team Brazil. It looks like they'll elect to.
Ooh, Sojourn barely survived.
What other? So the hard part is, right?
Oh no!
Yeah, I mean you're gonna lose some players.
Oh, that fucking kill.
You have to regroup.
That immortality, dude. They're
square one, right? Where
That's one of those characters I want to get better with.
out of your spawn,
And even though I have his golden gun and I have a general idea, I just feel like I throw immortality out in the most, you know, unusable, like,
Well, Brazil now.
was it inappropriate time.
Fight for every inch they get. Ludwig pulls the blade this time. He's going to go for it, but the sound barrier was well timed by Birdlog. Cup is looking durable with a shadow to boot. If anyone comes close enough, he'll bring that.
He got his shatter. He's ready to pop it.
Their team from the front of Brazil spawn here with a
I'm already gonna call it. Sigma's gonna block it. Sigma's gonna block that shatter and just screw his ult.
Somehow able to slip away.
But I mean, dude, Brazil
I mean,
forced
didn't really
Transcendence
hit
and
anyone with
Blade
it.
and Amp Matrix
The barrier was up,
spawn
but I think it was like
just
over it
Australia
though, so
TP away
it would have
and
still
then
hit.
just team-wiped them. I mean, that is
Damn.
just really tough to play against. As now we see the Lucio come in for Brazil.
I mean, if you were a fan of the London Spitfire in 2023, this might be your team. I'm not gonna lie. Another TP shatter here from Australia.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
And then got hit with a mortal.
The graphitic flux helped him kill the fucking Sojourn.
Not gonna be able to get involved in that fight.
Oh my god.
Brazil must look on with dismay as the card goes begging.
Damn.
Australia lock.
This is a fucking game. Oh my god.
Australia obviously looks really strong here on circuit. I thought tremendous stuff with that Reinhardt realizing the no speed on the other side, close the gap, play up at the spawn door. No opportunity for Brazil to get out, but Brazil put up a really good fight though. I mean, a really close map number one, and even map number two, being able to hold on defense for like 4 minutes right at the end, quite massive. I think it's just for Brazil, you got to like go back and reassess some of those comps and figure out if you maybe need to make a few slight adjustments.
Again, this group is absolutely brutal. Great Britain, Canada, Australia, Brazil. They're lumped 3 Commonwealth countries in there. All right, fair enough. But again, a showing like this is really important. Not only are you here to get a win, but you're here to announce your entrance, to make a strong showing, to put yourself on the map. And I think Team Australia have definitely done that. That last map, of course, was a pick from Team Brazil. They wanted to play the Sigma composition. But at the end of it, Nami ends with 23 final blows and 10 deaths out of a total of 46. That is absolutely insane, and a lot of value gained by the Bastion play.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Bastion obviously putting out high amounts of damage, and I like Brazil's decision to play the Sigma into it. I think Sigma is the choice there. It's just without that speed to be able to kind of dodge that Reinhardt, right? Kuppa gets in the mix, starts swinging. There's nothing they can really do at that point.
Yeah, look, great showing for this Team Australia squad. I think, though, there's a lot of potential for upsets here in this particular group. I mean, I'm very excited to see how these two teams advance a little bit further. We're going to be back after a quick break. I'll see you on the other side of it. Cheers, everyone. Get up here, Team Australia. We'll see you after the break.
Break time.
Thank you so much, Mitch and Matt.
Welcome to the break.
Welcome to the break.
Welcome to the break.
Wait, we are
we're in the break.
here. We are at the break. We allow everyone to get a breather, to kick back, relax, and just let us bedazzle you with words.
Was Mitch trying to do a shoe? He had a shoe.
He had it ready.
He had it ready.
The man's came prepared. All right.
Also, I gotta call out Mitch. Don't put blooming onions on Sweden IKEA. Like, what are you trying to do here? Go on. It's an Australia classic. Outback Steakhouse. That's what it's all about, right? Come on now. So
Is it
Australia,
isn't it
blooming
American? Never mind.
I
It's
think
not Swedish. I'll tell you that. It's not Swedish. Don't
it might be one of
IKEA
those
thing.
American things which they just like blamed on another country, like whatever the heck you call Swiss cheese in America. No, this is not Swiss. It doesn't. There is no such thing. Like which Swiss cheese? What are you talking about? Anyway,
There's more
I'm
than one
getting
Swiss
mad.
cheese?
Danny.
What? Oh wow.
You know what? Let's move on. Let's talk about the match before I get angry. There's a lot to discuss.
Angry?
Brazil
Oh my
showed
God.
Up. They made a really, really good case for themselves. A good showing. Even though they fell, I think they played it a lot closer. But before we looking at the big picture here, I do want to single out a singular player because Johnny, you had your eyes set on one particular one.
Look, I don't know how many of these moments are going together, right? So I gotta highlight Kuffa while I can, of course. And this is a guy that we've heard plenty about. You know, it's been kind of like on the brink of like tier 1 and tier 2. You know, trying to vie for those tier 1 spots when available. But you look, I gotta showcase my man when I get the chance to, right? Okay. Pulling out the Reinhardt, going aggressive, going for the TP shatters, the charges. I just love these kind of charges. Just like, hey, I'm just gonna jump off this ledge and go for a charge.
He's just
going deep into the backline. This is the kind of Reinhardt gameplay that I love to see. So thank you, Kuffa, for bringing out the aggressive Reinhardt. Look at this stuff.
Oh, that was a fat fucking shatter, bro.
Thank you, Kuffa. It was a blast.
That was the one with the 3. Yeah, okay. That was the 3K.
All of the best. We all just love good Ryan.
I think that's the one where I got distracted because of the Symmetra got killed. I was like, oh, that poor Sam. And then next thing you know, Sojourn along with the other two got fucking killed.
Game, I feel from both sides. Brazil, again, they played it a lot closer than I think most people would have expected. Maybe really taking Australia by surprise here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Brazil definitely caught us off guard. Like, they really played it well. They played it super close despite losing 0-2 to Australia. I think for me, it was their 2 DPS players, the Ludwig and Svenko, really were very impressive. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough to beat down Team Australia. We talked about Kaffa, but I think Nami was also fantastic in this series as well. And they just played the right and rush to a very high level. It was really it was a joy to see for me to see the Ryan Rush played by Team Australia.
I love that Australia switched it up, you know, both teams starting obviously with that dive, and while that was very, very closely played, Australia made changes. They came in with that Bastion rank.
Damn!
It worked out for them here, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, like I've said, I think
Fucking immaculate ass aim. Like, goddamn.
to win the World Cup, and so being able to play that Bastion, whether it's Reinhardt or Sigma composition, is going to be a big addition to your team, to your success, right? So looking good for Australia, but this is the toughest group. You got Great Britain and Canada in there, so yeah, you got the 2-0 win against Brazil. Can you repeat that against some of the other teams in the group?
Yeah, and right now Canada and Brazil are finding themselves at the bottom of the group. We'll see much more of all of those teams, of course, as we are playing in a round-robin format. Next up, we will be heading over to Group D and get our first look at Japan and France. All of that after a break, so stick around.
Let's see, when is it gonna go? Not gonna lie, I was quite happy to see the Symmetra pick. Not a lot of people really use her in competitive anymore because they say, oh, well, she's bad. She's really not that bad. The fact, though, that this Genji on Brazil just fucking survives like a shit ton boggles my mind. Like, literally, the fact that he literally sat there, got hit countless of times, and was like, this is fine. I'm just gonna dip now on literal 1 HP, and there's nothing you can do, and then just survives it. Like, the Genji on their team was like their best. And I want to say that their tank on Australia's team was like their best. Though their DPS was actually doing really well. Everyone was doing really well, but I just feel like the tank was doing a lot more. He about died to the Zen too. That was the other thing. I'm like, oh my god. Yeah, damn. That's a, you know, that's a feels bad.
Three matches done and 3 more to go, starting with Japan and France. Welcome back, everyone. It is I, Zoe, joined by Danny and Johnny, and we are here to set you up for all the action. I'm very excited for this next one. Feels a little bit like choosing your favorite child, which is, as we all know, impossible. As a absolute resident dweeb, I have to root for Japan, but also
Resident weeb.
but also the French are my people, so I can't go against them.
How are you a weeb?
difficult.
What's your most weeb trait, Zoe?
Oh, have you seen her comic book collection,
Have you seen
Johnny?
my manga collection?
She is.
I'm
She's
currently
a
in
weeb.
possession, as of my last count, of over 800 comic books, and
Right,
the
so
majority
if
of
you-
that are manga. So
If you didn't pledge
My people.
Japan, I'm gonna be
well,
so
we get
disappointed.
to that. We get to that, Danny. We get to that. I do want to talk about both teams' starting lineups, of course. We're starting here at France. A lot of veteran players, a lot of faces we know and love, and France has been very successful in previous Overwatch World Cups.
Yeah, that, and like you said, filled with veteran players. They have a lot of experience in pro scene and in the Overwatch World Cup as well. And as we're seeing right now, we're seeing Poco in the lineup, so they're probably gonna run with something with a off tank sort of composition, right? He is sort of known for his diva play for a very long time. And not only that, you know, they also have Bembes, who's a great main tank as well. So I think France has a lot of versatility as well, along with the experience with over the years as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, in the most recent Overwatch World Cup, they placed 4th. So obviously they're coming into this eager with at least a top 3. They're bringing the whole posse with 11 people on their committee. And they're going up against Team Japan. Johnny, I mean, they have to come in with synergy. They know each other.
I feel like they're gonna just dominate.
All play together.
I'm not gonna lie.
RL in the Asia Pacific region, and they did win an event just like this month. So.
Oh yeah, they're gonna win.
Of course, they have a ton of experience working together, but also
They're gonna win.
really high
Oh, they're
level
second
very recently, right? So a bit of
in
a
the
perfect
fall
kind of like underdog story
series.
here is Team Japan going
Damn.
into this series right here. So I know that everyone's going to look at France as historically one of the better countries when it comes to World Cup performances, but I don't sleep with Japan. Look, I can't really classify myself as a weeb, Zoe, but I'm on your side. I'm on your side. I do think that Team Japan is going to be very exciting.
Oh yeah,
So,
Japan's gonna win.
keep your eyes out.
That's right. We
Um,
want them to. We want them
that was
to.
the old
If
Sombra, though.
anything, go check out their
Watch
profile
that.
pictures on Wikipedia. Like, if one team showed up with some Riz,
I wanna see them play
profile
Sombra.
pictures, it's Team Japan.
I do want to see Japan play with Sombra now.
They're like,
And I think they will.
the poses, like proper gamer poses. They covered
but
the
I wonder
ball.
how
Every
well
year
that-
it is. I'm very excited.
I forget his
It's
name.
one
I
of
think it
those
was like
things where
UKI or
obviously
whatever
there's
it
just
is.
too many people on the server to root
Yuki
for.
or whatever it is.
That makes predictions
I
especially hard.
his song was great.
And I'll be happy for
So,
her.
I
Let's get
wanna
our predictions.
See how well they do with the
Yes,
rework
I
Sombra.
wanted to go with Japan, but no,
They'll probably
French.
devastate. Like I'm gonna
I cannot
just call it. They're gonna
root
devastate with
against
that Sombra.
You picked a favorite child.
Yeah, I
Unbelievable.
did, because Switzerland didn't make it, and this is the closest I get to home.
Oh
so,
god, I want so
I'll be
much
able to
today.
seize
Like shit.
Today and always. What about you, Danny?
I mean, Japan has synergy, but talking about synergy, I think France has also synergy experience. They got versatility as well. I think France has the upper hand for this matchup against Japan.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I said that Team Japan won an event this month, they got second place. My bad on that one, misremembered. So
better than third.
I
It's
went
better
with
than third,
France.
Johnny.
I went with France to I really do want to go with Japan, but
Hey, you're
Do
never
it.
too late, Johnny.
There's
should
no,
I do
Johnny,
a Danny
we don't
swap?
have a
Should I do a
prediction.
Danny swap?
Don't do a Danny swap. There's no
Yeah.
like
Should I do-
prediction
can I do that
leaderboard.
production? Can I swap over
Vote
to
with your
Japan
heart.
this
Do
late in the day? Yeah, I'll swap over to Japan.
Yeah?
I'll swap over to Japan. I promise.
nice.
I won't make a habit of swapping my prediction after we've
Yeah,
submitted them.
we'll never do
But
it
this
again.
time,
yes.
I gotta go with Team Japan.
Yeah,
I gotta go. I'm excited to watch
Everyone
this.
gets one of those, right? Then Nathan,
One.
Alex, there we go. Nice.
Nice.
I love that.
Let's go.
Johnny is
Let's
all
go.
of us in this one. So I can't wait to see who's going to come out on top. And also, I just can't wait to get a first look at both of those teams and to see how how they're shaping up in this year's Overwatch World Cup. And as they are getting the lay of the land here right on your screens, we're heading into a very quick break. And afterwards, we will be back with all the action, so don't go anywhere.
I'm shut my camera off. Abushki. Oh wait, that's a game capture. Whoops. Camera. Yep. Shutting it off for the time being. Just because. Doing that. Hold on. Carry back. Still up and running. Don't worry. Alright, switch back to live scene. Dusting. Oh.
Welcome back, everybody, to our fourth match of the day here as we are
Hell
starting
yeah.
to get serious at our 2023 Overwatch World Cup. We're looking at two teams that have achieved their own distinct levels of fame globally over the years of the Overwatch World Cup. I mean, France, they've always been a fixture, always in the top echelons of teams. Last time we saw them was in 2019. They made fourth at that event because they had the misfortune of running up against Team South Korea. A tough game for them, to be sure. But Team Japan has been involved in some of the most incredible games I think we've seen through our preliminaries and qualifiers. I think it was 2017 in Sydney, that incredible 5-map game against Team Australia. Everyone was going wild for it. A lot of players really made their names in that game, including Tayo, for example. So this is always an exciting team, and I'm really looking forward to see what this region's been cooking up.
Yeah, I would say like, Team France, right, has a lot of players that we are, familiar with, that we've seen at previous Overwatch World Cups over the years. Samoa will be map number 1. Japan is a team made up of everybody who this is their first Overwatch World Cup. But it is a region that has been growing in terms of Overwatch, right? And Overwatch esports, right? A lot of just players want to get involved. So excited to see, you see even Japan and other first-person shooters, right? Really, popping up and ascending in terms of the ranks and overall teams in esports. So excited to see what they have here for Team France.
And again, for Team Japan, we've seen this in the past. Even I did this as a committee member, sending a full roster. They were discussed, of course, already. A lot of those second, third place finishes in contenders. So this is a well-oiled machine, a team that's really familiar at working together. We see the return, of course, of a couple of players on the
You know,
front
since I have my camera off
Pocos, of course,
at the moment, I can also shut off my
returning. So,
shut this off temporarily. I'll put it back on.
France team, by the way, has enough assistant coaches to make a whole other team, maybe 2 more teams here. So a lot of resources domestically put into ensuring this roster's success.
France has 6 assistant coaches and 1 head coach.
Okay.
That is, you're bringing a lot of minds together, kind of craft it up.
Your coach to player ratio is bonkers. So I'll be feeling pretty good about that one here. To be Sigmas for both sides to set things up here, of course, a bit of a specialty of Poco's, as we've seen that his prowess has been displayed over the years. Nico always on the May somehow. More known, I think, as you know, like a projectile player. Farah, Genji were huge picks for Nico back in the day, so to speak. But here, France already take a very strong position on point.
I'm curious of the Bastion with the Echo setup, right? The Bastion can put down tons of damage and then just, you know, have the Echo finish off some of these kills. But it looks like they lose KSG early on the point. Drops down to try and contest. Maywall comes on through, and we know everything that happens after that, right? Just tons of damage, but it doesn't matter. Japan cleans it up.
Yeah, I mean, they play for this high ground, right? I don't know if France, they're aware of this, right? France want to move in, make use of the Sigma, buy themselves a lot of time, but Natlox gets pressured really heavily by Kuki there at the start of the fight. And there, it's pretty tough then to keep the rest of your team hale and hardy, where a Bastion is raining down from that high ground. Japan now also opt to reassume that same high ground position. Let France push in, and the Frenchmen had better figure this out.
Yeah, it's like you have the brig to kind of play with the Sigma, like on the low ground if you want, as we see from FD God's POV. He's gonna get right up to the high ground, try and, you know, remove some of those players from that. But you also then like have this like Echo. It's a really interesting comp as Nico gets quite low. It's gonna be a dupe here.
Yeah, Kuki gonna be duping the Sigma. That is pretty frightening. A lot more durability now added to the mix, and of course the gravitic flux threat is always present. Again, easy come, easy go. Kuki not able to find a connection because there was no one else to stand in it. Team Japan again continue to extend their lead.
It's still, you see that burst damage of the Echo start to come in. Really, you know, Nico takes some shots from that Bastion, then the burst damage, the focusing beam from that Echo comes like swooping on in. Like so difficult for France to react. They really got to dump everything into that. Comp's been proven to, you know, really give them trouble so far.
Yeah, again, I mean, it's been an issue when Japan have just sort of gone up to that high ground. France now need to make good use of it themselves, but okay, they're going to use the wall here from Nico to split Japan up for the time being, but they're going to come back in with a rally. Avo gets taken down pretty much straight away. Cloud's Immortality Field does its work, but that Air Matrix is a scary prospect from both sides.
Rally.
Now, Kuki going to try and work his way through the back as Nico's staved off by Mint here. France able to move in numbers for the time being. A gravitic flux from Poco will ensure that KSG goes ultra low, and even a kinetic grasp won't be enough to save him. But elsewhere, Kuki found FD God, and already 2 eliminations from Team Japan. Now Mint hunting for the rest of France, who again have been able to have had to concede the point rather.
Yeah, I mean, you have Kuki and Mint here able to just live all through this, right? That rally comes through. It's huge there for Japan as they're on the cusp of taking this first point.
99-13 here, not a great start for France, and FD God almost goes low there, just the poke damage from Kuki, putting the fear of God in him. Here comes KSG, that's going to be a huge gravitic flux. It has to be an instant ice block used there by Nico, and a lot of pressure on Natlox. Has to use an Immortality Field to help him and his teammates survive after the fact, but KSG will hold on for long enough to secure the kill on FD God. Nico, though, still stands. There's still a chance here for France. Yes, that's a scary prospect facing the other Nico down on this Bastion, but again, the Sigma Shield buys him a lot of space. An attempt to try and section Cloud off from the rest of their team. He will eventually be brought down. And finally, France might get a decent foothold.
And I think, you know, Japan is going to have to figure out a way to keep KSG alive with these, you know, May walls coming in and whatnot from Nico, because keeps getting caught out on the opposite side of that, trying to kinetic grasp, walk away, shield. There's just too much damage. They got to figure out another way to keep him up.
That looks may have been considering setting up a Amp Matrix in the high ground, but that's a great first pick. Nico for Japan, able to find one on the French side of things, and that's a tracer out of the mix. That mobility now severely compromised. Kuki finds himself on the back line, and a quick pause is going to be called here. Looks like issues with some audio on the side of Team France.
Yes, once we get back into it, I mean, that is going to be a fight that is going to be chaotic, because you have the duplicated May coming from like the backside of the point, it looks like was like putting down damage on Nico as he was trying to get back on a contest, maybe to help out Poco as he was in some trouble taking damage from the opposite side. So I expect once we get back into this, you are going to have a fast fight.
We've already lost the Tracer player on Team France. That's probably the biggest issue here. I duped May as well. If there's any risk of a blizzard coming out, Team Japan are very well positioned here. Now, I want to make something very clear. There is always extremely high expectations on the Team France roster. They have a whole nation behind them who are extremely passionate. We saw this firsthand when we traveled out to Paris for a World Cup qualifying stage. That fan base brings the thunder, and right now they're going to need to give their team all the energy they can.
I mean, you know, the few times we've been to, you know, Paris and just France, you know, for Overwatch, it's been incredible. I mean, just such a passionate, like, esports fan base. Is just like I was talking about, once we get back in the game, a fast fight that goes in favor of Japan.
Yeah, again, that first pick is absolutely massive here. Kuki now wants to chase FD Goddamn, who has to use a solo sound barrier to try and keep it going, and instantly gets burnt. That Bastion pressure is too much, even with that overshield. FD God was not long for this world, and nor are the rest of Team France here. Japan come out of the gates with the Bastion set up. They use the high ground, and they convert.
It's a really nice comp there from Japan. The Bastion with that Echo combination going up against the Mei, right? The Mei want to play is like a little bit more like control on the ground, where if you can keep your tank alive really kind of through some of that damage and, you know, through the wall that comes through, you're going to be able to, you know, win fights pretty convincingly just like that. And it looks like we're going to have some comp changes coming in here for round number 2.
Okay, so with the, I don't know if we'll see the Moira here. That would be a little bit surprising. But from Team Japan, again, much in the same vein as Australia had, looking to demonstrate a bit more depth here. Again, the opportunities maybe to get your Bastion set up are a little bit more limited on this particular stage. But the Doomfist is a good look. It's going to put a ton of pressure on as we head to beach.
Yeah, I think it's just because this point is like very different, right? Where it's like lower, like it's like, you know, down underneath like this kind of main play area where, yeah, having some of that, you know, verticality there with the Doomfist can help out.
France don't have a flanker here to pressure this solo position that Nico has been playing with on the side of Team Japan. So good opportunity for Nico to set up in comfortable sight lines, providing that Avo doesn't pressure him down. Again, on the other side of things, though, there is a Tracer here for Japan, and they are doing exactly what we'd expect, constantly harrying. Nico actually gets caught in like a long-range disruptor shot there, and Avo is going to be able to clean up the Tracer as well. That's both DPS for Japan out of the picture.
Yeah, I'd love to see that like long-range disruptor shot, because like that's typically not one we see get kills at range, right? Like end of fight cleanup type of thing, you know, long range cross map disruptor shots, typically not what we see there. Is you know, Mint will end up playing Kariko, you know, gives it a little bit more dive potential, right? Can go in with that Doom, go in with the Tracer.
Yeah, the latter might be even more important here, as Japan probably just want to put as much pressure as they can on Avo. Here's a long-range Bionade, catches FD God, and the follow-up is so good for Japan. Now Pike on the point, it's going to be an Ice Block, has to be used early, and you see Poco steps in to try and rescue Nico, and Ice Wall almost gets Nico out of trouble, but Min will pursue and find the kill, and Poco is all on his own.
Yeah, he's in a world of trouble. I mean, that looked like a pulse bomb that was stuck to him. It's Mint finishing it off, is really just trying to get this, the Mei was able to stay alive for a long period of time, then FD God comes in to keep stalling the point out, but just like that, Japan flips it, and now they'll have a nano boost to work with, so give this on to KSG, make him really difficult to take out.
In playing an extremity here, knowing that they can reposition in a pinch if needed. France obviously pretty slow moving, want to play fairly close together and want good sight lines. There's a lot to ask for here. KSG there gets a defensive biotic grenade, crucially. Combined with that nano, but no kills yet have been found. Finally, there it is. Avo gets taken down as Japan take the fight to Team France, and they know exactly how to unravel this poke composition that really needs all 5 players to find full effect.
Yes, that's some big bio grenades coming down here as well as Poco gets anti. They try and use a Mei wall to save him. You got a Widowmaker switch here just to maybe try and find somebody pushing up towards that spawn door, but now it is back to the Bastion. So Doom can obviously get into the backline. He becomes very tanky, right? You know, with his block, and then starts building up shields. Now against this Bastion, it's going to make you know, KSG second guess diving in there a little bit.
Means though Nico now might have a safer sideline to post up on here. It's going to be a little bit harder to put pressure at him at a long range. Juki looks like had to go for a recall there, and here comes Nico from the aforementioned sightline, but the sound barrier is going to make it a little bit hard to cut to the heart of the matter. Sees Poco on the pointy, but great chase there. Nico spots the other Nico, dropped to the low ground instantly, chases him down with the May, and of course FD God was right there with him. 3 players here with a Vital Grenade here. KSG's able to leverage that into a kill, but just the one here going too low without Cloud in a position to keep him standing.
Yeah, and the issue is, right, you know, KSG uses, like, let's say Seismic Slam gets in, right, Rocket Punch, whatnot. When he goes to power block, when that Bastion's his way, you have that Sigma Rock, right? If Poco lands that rock, I mean, he should be dead in theory, right? I know he should be able to get that kill on KSG. He's going to have to use all of his cooldowns if they're back up to get out. So makes it very difficult to play this Doom.
We go. France in control right now. Poco hit with a Bionade, but Unperturbed still wants to go for a Gravitic Flux. Meteor Strike for KSG was there. Oh, well done. QQ
really
gets rid of that Immortality field just before the Pulse Bomb blows up. And where does FD God go from here? Straight spawn. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. And Team Japan are back in control here. They once more they pull at that thread and unravel France's little Christmas sweater.
And the amount of times we see people stick a pulse bomb, and that you know, immortality field just ends up saving somebody. Being able to connect the pulse bomb, then just destroy the immortality field right away, as France making some last-minute changes just to get back.
Sombra Tracer here for Japan. It might be another attempt to mitigate the effectiveness of the Bastion here. Nico not able to get a hack on the other Nico. That would have been curtains for the God Hand himself. And he still eventually gets brought down anyway. Kuki doesn't let him head back upstairs. But it looks like a couple players from Japan wandered into the sight lines of Avo, and that's 2 comfortable kills. The duo of Mint and KSG fall under a hail of bullets, and France will get it back. This one is going all the way.
Yes, you're probably going to have one more fight here to decide this, where Mint will now switch over to the Brig. So going to be playing the Brig. You're still going to have this Sombra in the mix, which you haven't seen really that much. Obviously, the rework just comes through, so artillery. Yeah, able to live though.
And obviously not the fastest moving hero. A little bit of a scary moment to try and avoid that mortar strike here. Poco feigned going down to the low ground here, but the sound barrier gives him enough durability to be wherever he needs to be. Poco is back, make no mistake. Now on the D for another of his very celebrated picks. And it's that and the rest of Team France digging their heels, and that will give them the win here on Beach, and we're headed all the way.
It's really just having that sound barrier there towards the end, right? If you don't have that sound barrier, I mean, to allow you to just kind of like push on through, right? I mean, Poco and a few other players who had the biotic grenade there towards the end didn't really impact it that much, as you have that extra durability with that Lucio ult to go on in.
The round 3 will be Volcano, Matt. Again, I think the last time we got to see, the only other time we've got to see Samoa in a competitive setting might have been the show match, if you want to call that competitive. I guess
competitive setting. Oh man,
it's a slightly loose terminology for it here, but so far both of these teams respectively have favored.
Yeah, which one of these tanks do you think watched you know, Danny's play and is you know, taking some tips to go into this one?
Probably KSG is my thinking. Again, Poco being in here and not being sort of, obviously Ben Best is another option for Team France. They have all the tanks covered. Poco is definitely known more as like a Sigma and Diva player with plenty of Zarya, even some Hog in the mix here. So maybe not expecting one of those more static tanks from him. But what a great start. QQ falls to the hyperspheres. And now the accretion is just going to miss. KSG able to reposition. But FD God is picked off on the other side of things. So both teams down to 4 rather.
Yeah, and I mean, that pick off on the QQ at the beginning is huge, right? Because the Tracer really kind of wants to go in here with this Doom and, you know, play together, finish some kills off, as Japan will get point first. It looks like a rock that's going to connect on the KSG, but it looks like able to live.
Yeah, Poco's doing a very good job of tracking KSG's movements and making sure he can disrupt him with those accretions as they become available. But Japan took the point first. It's up to France here to make the way in.
I like this echo swap. I think there's a lot of, like, look at like the positions that you can play from here. A lot of really interesting off angles.
Look at this flank. Oh, that flank is so sick. Nico's caught there in ice block and no one turns around because Poco's too busy dealing with KSG front and center. There were 3 players from Japan that had wrapped around the point there, and it gives them a bit of an extension on capture progress, but maybe not much more than that here. KSG might elect to just, okay, throw himself at the point and die horribly. That's fine. A little bit more percentage for Japan.
A little bit of a brawl there towards the end ends up in France's favor. You can kind of see, like, when KSG goes in. There's so many players stacked up, right? Hitting some of these big, punches that are stunning players into walls and whatnot. Wants to just kind of keep on going, but just the addition of the Baptiste, right? The immortality field and just the group healing, sometimes too much.
Cloud.
Get Nano the Echo here. I mean, you could easily find a kill that way.
Last time we saw KSG get that Nano just to give him a little bit more of that leeway to play aggressively. Double Bionate connection though. Cloud making good use of that vantage point here. That's the Meteor Strike coming in. Immortality Field did have to be deployed by Natlox. Kuki though finds himself in the thick of things, and all of a sudden there's duped Lucio? Okay, well, building a sound barrier wouldn't hurt here, but right now, survival is the key mandate as Japan do flip the point back. That lack of mobility from France puts them in a position where they struggle to respond quickly enough, and this is serious pressure on Natlox. Kuki's not able to get out alive though, can't even deploy those sticky bombs. A little bit of an awkward situation to be caught in coming out of that duplicate mat, but Japan still hold for now. Mint wants to extend this fight here with the rally, and Nico found Poco.
Yeah, they decide to rally, and I don't think that France can fight this, right? You're just walking into the rally with that Doomfist there, the Sojourn as well as gonna have to back up and let Poco get back in the fight.
This is getting dangerous now. France have
some
one
pretty
more.
sick movement as well from Kuki with the Lucio, right? Like that's an Echo player.
One more fight in this map, potentially for France. They're going to open up here with the Ant Matrix KSG. Block available. Not when the wall came up though, so that's why he takes so much damage initially there and will be brought down. France have yet another chance to claw this round back, and it starts here.
Yeah, some swings and misses there from KSG. Just I know it's a power block, then just trying to build up some shields there, and just nobody home there when he's going in.
Here's the switch. Nico over to the Tracer. Maybe the thinking here is that more pressure on that Ana, or maybe even a pulse bomb deployed in Mint's direction could be a game changer. Here comes the Doomfist once more. KSG appears and quickly disappears with that Meteor Strike. Wants to still partake in the fight, though it's going to be forcing an Immortality Field out so early, and Empty Gob is still picked up by the Seismic Slam. Nico doesn't want to hang around here. What a pick from Avo, though. Kuki out of the mix means there's a 4 versus 4, and France are in control. They've got a safe position to play this Sojourn from.
Yeah, but I wonder if Japan knows, right? They kill FD God, and he's so close to Sound Barrier. I wonder if there's an opportunity to take advantage of this.
There's that sight line paying off here, but this is from the other direction. Nico over to catch Avo out here. KSG wants to pressure Poco down, but sees that sound barrier now. Perhaps he considers something more of an environmental flavor. Back towards the point here. Block is available. Going to throw it up just in time as the Immortality Field came down, and not before. He got rid of FD Gob with that punch. Natlox, Nico, huge amounts of pressure going their way. It forced a recall from the Tracer player, and Poco has to go for the kinetic grab. And Japan flip the fight back. It's going to be a desperation Ant Matrix for France, but it's not enough. The players looking to benefit from it got taken out instantly by Nico, who finds 3. And now Japan see France in their death throes. Nico over to stand proudly on the point here as it's just the dregs for France coming in, and that is not going to come remotely close enough. Overtime will tick down, and Japan take our first map.
Very first map.
Some sick shots there from Nico. I think he had the benefits of a nano boost as well. The overclock with the nano boost, and as soon as they realize that Poco is low, they don't even care about the Ant Matrix. They push right on through and finish him off. Really impressive stuff from Japan.
And for those that maybe weren't watching a ton of contenders in the region that this roster was playing in, maybe wouldn't be aware of some of these individuals, but we have standouts straight away. Kuki, really impressive play there in that DPS. KSG, of course, on that Doomfist, showing off some pretty insane mechanics here. This team is frightening. France have a pedigree of having incredible DPS players. Nico coming back this year here in a very competitive field. This team is dead serious about finding wins, and already falling 0-1 against Japan here is not a good sign. Japan, no reason to respect them here. They've been an underrated region for quite some time, but they're here to make some noise.
No, and I really liked some of these compositions that they brought out. I really like this Bastion Echo specifically on this first point. And then even on the, they had an opportunity to win round number 2, did Japan. It's just, there's some really
surprised Yuki didn't,
from FD God really kind of puts them on the line, and then, that third round
didn't go Sombra.
Well.
Really competitive map.
Nico did.
Like you pointed out here, we got to see, I guess, the comparison of the Sigma composition and what they're looking to do, and how the Doomfist composition looks to execute their own win conditions. It was a Sojourn battle for much of this game. Avo versus Nico, and the latter comes out with 18 final blows.
Damn.
Kuki also nothing to sneer at. 15 and 9 here. The DPS on Team Japan look absolutely ferocious, and even Mint gets involved with 10 final blows. What's going to be the pick here for France? They probably need to find a way to invalidate this Doomfist composition if they can.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it seems like at least, from, look, you're gonna run like May Sigma. You want to play it like a slower pace, right? Especially against a team that's running like a Doomfist Echo, like the Tracer comms. Potentially a map that you can slow this down. I think if you want to keep Poco in, could you play like Circuit, like just like we saw in the last series? It's a possibility.
France, I mean, they had a tough time in their particular conference here. They end up at 5-2, but there are a lot of teams that serve them up some pretty harsh games. I think Spain and, of course, Great Britain challenged them very heavily here. We're waiting on the pick in just a moment here, and bear in mind, this may be the first time we've seen Samoa played in a competitive setting, and Japan truly came prepared. A lot of the Bastion, composition around the Sigma we saw straight out of the gates, then the mix-up into the Doomfist. That was exciting. Blizzard World will be the pick for France in map 2.
Quite interesting, because you see, like, historically, like, lots of, like, Winston, Diva, dive here potentially on Blizzard World. So maybe they kind of want to go with what they saw in that second point of control. Maybe have Poco play some of that Diva.
France played this map last against Spain. It was actually Spain's pick, and France were not able to find success on that particular map. So bear that in mind here. We've seen quite a lot of these maps played through. Being loser pick is pretty important. But there you have it, everybody. Team Japan with a very strong start here. Some names already getting the spotlight shone on them. Can't wait to see what's next. stories coming out of the Overwatch World Cup have got to be those potential underdog instances. And while perhaps at large we don't know a whole lot about this Team Japan, we know they've been a roster for quite some time and have found great results regionally. Now, Matt, they're taking it to the rest of the world.
Yes, they end up taking this map number 1 here. I think maybe even like stunning France a little bit as take a look at some of the subs here that are gonna come in. I believe they are just on the Japan side. So looks like you will have Mihawk coming in here for Japan.
The base One Piece reference? Okay, I'm here to see what Mihawk has to offer us.
Is that a One Piece reference? What is?
Don't worry about
that,
it. Don't worry about it. Just look at me and say, doesn't look like anything to me, and we can move on.
Yeah, doesn't look like anything to me. I have no idea what I just committed to.
All right.
That was cool.
Let's talk about the first map, Bernard Analysis. Because this Team Japan squad, of course, they switched to that Doomfist comp, and it looks like France don't really have an answer. Blizzard World was their pick for map 2.
Yeah, and I mean, what do you do here in map number 2, right? You have Poco stay in the game, so think that you're going to still see like Sigma, Diva, base compositions. Didn't really fare, well on Samoa. I would say the Sigma ones, but like you were able to, steal that second round really towards the end with, the Diva swap was effective, but really that sound barrier. So curious to think what France like has here cooked up that they feel like will work against what Japan's throwing at them.
Interesting as well, no substitution from the French roster, right? No tank substitution as well. That was something we often look at Ben Best and all the teams that he's played in at the top level in the past. We've gone, right, does he get subbed in here, and how telegraphed is that? Because this is a team with pretty defined roles. Let's take this moment here to cross to Emily Tang, our reporter, to get some insights from us for this first map between these two teams.
Thanks, Mitch. So prior to this match, we asked Team Japan, what were you looking forward to coming into this match against France? And they said they have actually never scrimmed with a European team before today. So that was the biggest challenge for Japan's national team. And I'm hoping to get more info for you guys in the next match. I will throw it back to you guys for now.
Thank you very much, Emily. And that's, I guess, that's just a facet, I think, of competitive Overwatch the world over, is that it is regionalized quite heavily. You get a chance maybe to see, to watch footage of your opponents, but the experience of playing against them and seeing those regional differences, Matt, that's a real test.
Yeah, and typically between regions, right, there's different compositions that arise or favorites of each region, right? And then that's what's so awesome about World Cup and like international events, right? You see all of that kind of merge together.
Oh my god,
Japan with a wrecking ball composition here off the rip. Interesting as well, like the Laurie with the Ana comboed with the ball, like really kind of relying on the Ana to provide a lot of the healing here for this wrecking ball.
Your execution with this composition has to be picture perfect, though. France are playing a very tried and tested, a very durable, robust setup here, obviously around that Sigma, the Bastion and the Mei, but we've seen Wrecking Ball comps be able to disrupt this as well. They're so good at denying that setup, that positional play that the Sigma looks want to go for. Nice wall attempt there from Nico. KSG, though, as Wrecking Ball often is able to get away with the healing pylon removed here for Cloud. So that's
a mortality field.
They're already used here. I mean, KSG goes very low in that exchange as well, but is able to get away. Is in a bit of an odd spot, though, with only 180 HP. Adaptive shielding is going to give him a little bit more durability, but he needs to get away, and that slower the Mei makes it impossible. Kuki, though, still turns that into a trade. The Mei with Ice Block potentially used already gets brought down.
Yeah, but there's no appeal for the supports, right? When you have FD God and the Lucio kind of just getting Poco right in the mix. So yeah, you're going to see the swap off the ball straight away. I like the change off of Wrecking Ball. I would actually say, like, you look across the roster right now in terms of tanks, like Wrecking Ball is really, at least off the top of my memory, like the only one that really hasn't had like a moment in Overwatch 2, right? Where like they've been like really strong or a go-to. It feels like everybody else has had moments, opportunities, even Roadhog, right? It's just Wrecking Ball just not able to make work in some of these comps.
We've definitely seen some teams flirt with the prospect of her. We saw that from Donghack a fair bit this year.
Yeah.
At times, eventually that was sort of
but I think Doom just does like almost the same type of things now, just like better.
And that's why KSD makes the switch. All right, Captain Sun used by Cloud, only really able to get the mortality kill with that though. But once Japan pile in, it's on for young and old. The duplicate of the Bastion is timely as ever. And now Kuki can wrap around, maybe make some use of the last couple of seconds in this Bastion form as Poker gets a kill on the way out here. Not too shabby. Japan, though, going to begin this cap.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do it. Looks like at least Nico's still here, potentially here for France. As you have FD God working the outside as well.
Such an FD God thing to do. Look at him, straight for that healing pylon. He does remove it, but does he put himself in harm's way here? The classic Nico. Wasn't, rather, FD God sound barrier covered 2 players there. At least wasn't just a solo one, but I'm afraid France, the rest of them, would probably have liked some more durability from that in that fight.
Yeah, maybe you'd love to have that sound barrier back. And I mean, you could see like, so when you're talking about like Doom versus the Wrecking Ball, right? Like Doom really kind of wins out in like every regard. Like maybe you can say displacement is a bit easier on Ball, right? Like the slam, just, you know, rolling in, knocking players around. Like Doom also does that with like seismic slam and the punches and whatnot. And also just has like more control over his mobility, right? Where Ball, you're gonna need to like latch on to stuff, get that movement right. Doom, it's fairly simple.
KSG trying to command the high ground here. The Gravitic Flux, though, might prove a wrinkle in that plan. A little bit of harassment from the low ground, but KSG is unperturbed here. Wants to try and knock that Sigma around as much as possible. It's unclear what value was found with that Gravitic Flux.
Well, I mean, he gets like knocked in midair, like back in towards Team Japan. He's able to find one and somehow makes it back to the high ground. So, I mean, really interesting stuff.
Yeah, unclear if that really interrupted it. We'll have to keep track of that now as Ultimate no longer available there, of course, for your Sigma. Well, it's great to see FD God here on the Iliari. Not the normal pick that we see him on. Kuki gets picked off, though, here. So now Locke's able to really put a lot of pressure on that airborne target here. And KSG takes a backside full of damage there as Avo unloads on the Doom as he turns his back.
Yeah, I mean, even if you kind of use your power block there, you're not going to be able to soak up that much damage, right? And then there's the damage coming from the opposite side. So now you'll see Japan. They'll make a change. It'll actually be moving away from Doom, and they'll actually play the Sigma here. So no Bastion in play. They'll stay with the Sojourn and Echo for now, but this will give them a little bit more kind of control. They're going to play a little bit of slower pace now.
We can see the thinking behind this map pick for Team France. They've really been able to control the pace and force Japan away from that aggressive composition. But nothing's going to stop Nico from finding picks like that. It's KSG folding though. As the shots come in response from Avo, which is again going to slow up this already much slowed Japanese setup. And there goes Nico.
It seems like they have not figured out a way to crack this. You know, not being able to get Poco off of that high ground. You're also just taking so much damage from that Bastion from afar, right? You dive in to make a play for that Bastion when they were, you know, on some of the more dive heroes. You're just giving your back up to the rest of the team. It's very difficult to say. You're gonna have to use a duplicate there just to live.
And that's all it really achieves here. Kuki almost gets brought down even outside of that duplicated form here. Hit by the captive sun by the looks of things, but Nico's going to be here with an overclock. The only target presenting itself right now was Poco, who, by the way, is about to unleash a Gravitic Flux here, which is going to hamper Japan in a big way. Eventually, Kuki falls out. That captive sun debuff gets popped, and Poco's able to take Mihawk out as he backs away. He's being chased down now, but Team Japan really investing in trying to get rid of the Sigma, and Poco's pretty safe, all things considered.
I mean, he's been able to just dominate that high ground, which has been huge here for France, but now gets pushed off of it a little bit. Can Japan control the high ground? It looks like Nico even just getting it onto KSG, just trying to force him back.
KSG is super out of position right now. The Cardi's on the move, in fairness. Now, Mihawk, maybe one more shot here. There's no real way to keep Mihawk under the thumb there, though, from Avo, and Kuki's able to pick him off, and that switch to the Genji. A little bit of extra pressure on the Bastion. Of course, the threat of that deflect in your face. Mihawk has that nano available. Is going to send it to Kuki, who does not have a Dragon Blade. Maybe just trying to, again, be as aggressive as possible. Create some space here as Poco went extremely low. And in that accretion animation, exposes himself to the damage from Nico. Over time here, but it looks like the card is going to get there. FD God's not in a position to intervene. 3 players grouped up here for France as Avo heads to the high ground, and Nico wants to harass immediately Japan, knock them down.
Japan's gonna get it.
It feels like these are the moments that like win you series in World Cup, especially during groups where like that is one where, I mean, think about that. France is one fight away from basically holding them to being under the underpass, really, like once they capture the cart, and they end up like giving it up.
Bastion, May, Sigma, Baptiste, and Lucio.
I mean, almost forced out block.
Outburst does give you some mobility.
Oh, they're running a Sojourn, Genji, Sigma, Larian, Honor.
Maybe like a off-angle turret. Oh, that's very cheeky. Thrown on the other side of the masonry. Are they going to get caught though inside the gravitic flux? And I like that from Kuki trying to make sure he goes below.
That's actually a fat ult. Oh my god.
Cloud going to get huge value off the detonations, and Kuki's blade is going to be there. The Captive Sun Dragon Blade combo lays waste to front.
Jesus, that was devastating.
Three players. So now Japan is rolling. Overclock here potentially could be the thing that decides it. You also have like a nano coming up here. But KSG or Kuki.
Nico with decent sight lines here. The ability also to transition up to the high ground and the pink chip needed. It's Mihawk taking down FD God. He is not beating those allegations. You know what ones I'm talking about. Nico going to back up here. Overclock in hand. A great bite grenade connection coming in again from Mihawk, having an outsized impact on this fight. Desperately Poker trying to stay alive here with that kinetic grasp, but gets blown to smithereens as KSG finishes the job. Nico and Overclock here, and FD God desperately wants to get involved. Abu down to half HP, and before he touches the ground, he's dead. Natlock's here, no chance to stay alive. In Japan, get the map done in overtime.
I mean, you can't fall really that early. You know, with FD God, I mean, he's getting close. He would have had sound barrier there, right? I mean, he finishes that round, I think, like 88%, right? He ends up living a little bit. You know, what? That's like 88 to 100. That's like an amp and like a little bit of damage, right? I mean, that is an easy sound barrier there towards the end to be able to get the combo with Poco's Flux, which I think could have maybe been enough to hold there at the end, where that is massive for Japan. It looked like they were going to actually just stall out their attack once they took that first checkpoint. Like they were really making no progress. Poco able to dominate the high ground. All of a sudden they turn that into a full map completion. I mean, that is brutal for France.
And it wasn't even that involved from Japan. Mihawk gives a nano boost over to Kuki, I think, on the Genji. But there's no blade available. He's at like 40% charge, but he dashes towards Poco, and I think it's a couple shuriken throws already. The Sigma's very low. Obviously, the damage amp, getting a lot of work done there against the Sigma. And all of a sudden, Poco just gets popped because both Team Japan DPS are really zeroed in on that target. It's not common that teams focus the tanks down first, but it's just where Poco ended up being and where the chips fell. Was that the tank was the most viable target there.
Let's see what happened.
Oh, I have to go.
So,
all right.
a little bit of a flank here. Just takes 2 shots, yeah.
I mean, the homie's not even feeding. He's just trying to live his best life in the background there and get some info, but Mihawk with 2 very quick taps.
I don't know if I'd call the background, the wall where the card is approaching the end of the map out in the opposite side from the spawn room. I don't know if I'd say mind his own business in the back.
He hasn't set thrusters to warp feed there and still gets picked off. So, got to hand it to Mihawk there, having a great spot there to find a huge opening. Taking the Lucio out of the picture straight away. France, though, already trying to maneuver into a closer position to get themselves within striking distance of the point with this wraparound.
I like this from Japan, though. You have this Ash in the mix, right? Can get huge value at the dynamite just like that. Bio grenade on the opposite side. They had to use a Mei wall. They're really more of like a defensive manner. Let everybody get healed up.
Yeah, maybe at first glance you think that Mei wall's intended
to sleep on FD God.
He's able to pick himself up though. That immortality field does a lot of work there, but Nico's got a filthy off angle here. FD God though, that's the other side of the coin. He's able to get in there and deal with KSG, who was playing just as a single player on that right-hand side. France were able to group up and eventually make their push in there. And Nico didn't have enough time to get value out of that off angle.
No, will you be able to actually kind of like keep this going here? If you're Japan, you're going to lose another player. It doesn't look like our tank is going to be able to make it back in the mix.
I mean, no, this is just too powerful a position. You can Amp Matrix from this room here and set your Bastion up. There's no need to even do that at this point. France with that kill on the Sigma.
Okay, that was interesting because it looked like Nico and the rest of the squad ran backwards and Mihawk ran forwards right into the rest of the crew. Where I think you could have gotten, Nico set up on the high ground there on the Ash, right? Now you're actually going to give this up to France.
Japan have to find a way to retake this piece by piece, essentially. Just rushing up there would be pretty problematic for them. They still have to deal with a very quickly built amplification matrix there for Natlox. Poker really just a token resistance at the high ground. He's not really trying to take it, but he does want to draw KSG over there, so there's less defensive architecture for players on that high ground. Gives some opportunities for Nico and Kuki to get in there, find these kills. Poker low. Oh, that focusing beam is very scary, but Kuki, I mean, A little too low to
Tried
the
to go
ground
for the
there.
duplicate there. Yeah, he was gonna go for the dupe. I mean, that's kind of what he's been doing. Is like he goes in a little bit maybe too far, but gets a dupe off and then able to kind of like keep fighting that a little bit, but doesn't get it off there.
Almost low though. This high ground control now actually starting to manifest on the kill feed. I'm not sure we'll get the job done, and Cloud finds 2 there. And this is the other side of what Iliari can offer you. Now all of France forced to bundle up inside that small room, but they're playing against the Sigma this time, so that is a scary prospect. Nico, though, might have a response here. He's forced to use his ice block early and pops out of it to try and take Cloud by surprise, but the cavalry soon arrive.
Nasty shots. Yeah, I mean, Cloud hitting some 6 shots there on the Ilari, where able to take out Avo range, and then now this is where, if you're Japan, burn as much clock as possible, right? Even if they get this in an OT, you still feel like this is a winnable situation because you've completed the map. At that point, you just need like a fight or 2 and you're good to go.
An early gravitic flux here for KSG might be an option. All of France were filtering out of this small room, but KSG, okay, gonna go for it anyway. Gravitic flux came out. Okay, Immortality Field was there to respond. Natlog's good deployment there. The Bastion ability.
They know that France is split a little bit though. They know that like, okay, now FD God's gonna get the bash and the rest of the crew in.
That's
This
dangerous.
is gonna be a duplicate, yeah.
Here's a gravitic flux that's going to catch Mihawk on the high ground. I think Cloud might try and keep him topped up so he doesn't die when he falls, and it works. They keep the Ghana alive. Poco really going for a solo play by there while the rest of his team is turning to mulch.
I mean, the healing from the Ilari is absolutely bonkers there. I mean, that is Mihawk taking some damage, getting hit with a gravitic flux. I mean, that is the pylon plus the alternate fire from the Ilari, able to just keep Mihawk alive through all of that. And now France, they may find themselves in some trouble.
Well, it feels like Cloud used that captive stun like 30 seconds ago. Already has another ultimate build up. Now, that's a beautiful biotic grenade, but there's no chance to follow up on that one. But look at these poke elements in play. You've got the
But they try and
dynamite.
speed out, right? You got dynamite, right?
And the dynamite, that's a pretty nice hit there. Poker as well, Nico both hit by that bionic grenade, and they're forced to stand in place. Ice block was used there for Nico. That basically says to all of France, we cannot advance past this point. You need to play with that May if you can. They are going to be able to get into the safety of that small room, but this will allow Japan to take flanking positions. Cloud might be caught here. Right clicks to try and keep the Sigma up, an outburst to try and create some space, but it's not enough. Eventually, France bully their way to the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, that one, they a huge captive sun, and I think all their eyes light up of like, hey, this is a sick opportunity for us. But sound barrier in that May wall locks Cloud and KSG in position, but there's some changes. You have a Bob here in the mix. Maybe they want to try and contest.
I don't think there's enough time. They're going to go for it anyway. Straight over the top, here's KSG on the Doom Fist now, and Cloud going to get there to try and keep him standing. They can't keep the Doom alive. Bob got caught on the wrong side of the wall. Cloud was right dangling in front of the French front line, and that was too tempting a morsel to refuse. Japan down to 3. Not a whole lot they can do from the periphery of this fight. Will eventually be forced away.
Yeah, as I think KSG going to try and make it back to the spawn there. Looks like he's able to make it out. As see if there's any changes. So Nico will play the Sojourn here. So Sojourn in the mix now for Japan, as KSG will stay on the Doomfist.
Committed to it at this point. Halfway towards a meteor strike here, which may be relevant. Nico is, it's a big ask there. Even the God Hand trying to take an Iliari at long range as May. Tough fight to win there. But look at this, France get a lot of free real estate now as they went with the Amp Matrix play to force Japan back. Kyuki duplicates a Bastion. In desperation, as it may appear, and France are still advancing. Just under 2 minutes to play for here. Japan have to strike, and they have to hit hard. FD God's going to get very close to a sound barrier now, and the Gravitic Flux strikes gold. KSG, how do you get out of this one? Skittering back towards spawn if he counters. Poco takes a ton of damage from the sticky bombs over the top. He'll have to double back now as Iliari's in his back line. Okay.
Captive Sun as well, but it looks like that's eaten by Poco.
Still, Cloud survives a little longer here. Enough time for KSG to maybe make something happen. It was Nico to find the other Nico. You actually go for that? Oh, that is absolutely unhinged. KSG, can he get out alive? Being topped up, and the power block does a heck of a lot of work here. The durability of Doomfist on full display here as France have been interrupted.
I mean, he needed to go for that meteor strike. He would not have been able to live kind of through some of that damage that was coming down in a really tough spot. But Look at this, trying to push in towards his Doofus in these close quarters. Get a ton of impact with his abilities.
He bought time for another power block too, Matt. That's what's crucial. Yeah, I mean, I thought he'd get out with a Meteor Strike. Mihawk not able to get away. Avo just catches him there with that last little strike. Kuki's able to respond, and it's two supports down across the map, and Poco with the Hyperspheres managed to catch on to Nico. Now KSG's caught out in the open here with not a lot of damage coming from those off angles, and Poco wants to get this one home. 40 seconds left here for France, and they're going to get there, no doubt about it. Blizzard now just to seal the deal. And France get it done with time to spare. It's a 35-second lead.
Yeah, I mean, it took them a bit to break that second point hold, but once they did, a lot like how Japan was on their offense, just rolled right through that last phase of the map. Just France still a little bit more time.
It's hard not to see France as genuine favorites on this map. They really set the pace with these Sigma compositions, but in a couple of small moments, Japan were able to gain advantages here. Definitely felt like there was a chance, even with 3 minutes left on that last phase of the map, to hold. But France are very good at really bullying into position with this Sigma composition. You got a lot
Sorry
of
if I'm not saying anything, guys. I'm like intently watching this. I'm like, oh my god, this is.
I guess I kind of wonder.
You know, it's like, oh my god.
Pretty slow composition from France, and Japan has an option here to make use of Zenyatta if they were inclined.
Yeah, I mean, they switched to it towards the end, but like Zen with the Illari, just not a lot of like heal potential. Like I think here with an Ana in the mix, you could go for it, right? Ana, Zen have a little bit of the Discord, maybe make it easier for Nico and Kuki, like finish some players off, right? Harmony, you can just slap it on KSG and just forget about it, right? So an opportunity to run the Zen here, thinking that you're not going to be under any pressure. You know, FD God will chase you down though, if he kind of sees you off on your own, but maybe that's a fight you're willing to think that Cloud can take.
While Zen Iliari definitely didn't seem like it made a lot of sense in terms of overall healing throughput. This composition offers you a little bit of both worlds here. Obviously, Ana can absolutely nail KSG with constant healing, providing he stays in that line of sight. And you have a lot of threat with that Discord Orb and constant damage here for Cloud. High ground already assumed here for this Japan roster. Now France have to stay out of line of sight, playing that left side just behind this cover.
Yeah, we can get this Zen in position where it's gonna oversee the point and get that volley of orbs going down. As looks like they had one player low there, Kuki, but he gets topped up and they lose Nico. That's huge. That's a lot of their stall on the point.
Yeah, no chance to get use of ice block there. That was a bit of an insta kill. Poco also falling. Now, this is getting ugly for Team France now as Kuki looks to tighten those thumb screws just a little bit more. Avo is able to at least stand on 2 feet here, but Japan want the cap, and they've already got 2 ticks here. As the fight was going, they're already underway. FDGod would probably think about stalling, but it's too late in the day for that. In Japan, now with overtime, to be fair, but still, they get this first checkpoint, and that could be huge.
Yeah, now I think, well, Poco's on the Diva here, so interesting, can control the high ground a little bit more, but that's going to allow Japan with these close spawns to make big changes. So we're going to have Arisa in the mix here. The first time we've seen Arisa here from KSG, but it seems like they're willing to mix it up in terms of tanks.
I mean, what do you do about this as the Diva? Is this not a scary prospect for Poco running into KSG like this?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is, right? Can't really kind of like hold his ground in the cart and battle it out, right? They have to get quite aggressive as now you've lost Nico again.
Now he's down once more. KSG looking a little bit worse for wear, but eventually Japan able to regroup here and get this Arisa comp really starting to tick over. Avo, this is a desperate play to the back line here. You'll notice they're struck with the Discord Orb now. Can they get it out of the picture? Juki duped the Diva to try and chase Avo down, but loses out in that duel. Rare thing to see from Diva. Although Kuki, of course, remember, builds that ultimate much quicker in dupe form, and that includes getting back in the mech after being desuited. Cloudy is
Damn, I'm surprised they didn't kill him yet.
available. This is looking pretty scary. France have to shut this down now, and they try to go for this Amp Matrix. It's an odd spot for it. Nico wants to hold his ground on this Matrix.
Oh, she got fucked.
Huge Poco eating a lot of this Arisa damage, but here comes the Tracer map. The Tracer's coming back in. Empty God's very close to a sound barrier, though, and looks to try and force them off the cart here. Japan now down to 3 players. Mihawk does not have that barrier, just switching to the Lucio a little bit late. And Japan looks like they're eventually going to be ground down. The momentum fizzles.
Damn.
The door.
Still with a minute on the clock, though, that is a pretty significant push, right? I mean, if you're Japan, you're looking at things right now, right? 1:30 on the clock, you get 1 hold on point A, then they're pretty much in OT from there on out, right? Going into this second point, and you can control high ground, especially if you want to play that Ashe again. I think Japan put themselves in a great spot to win this.
So what do they come out with? is there value in opening with the Sigma
Why not just play
composition?
the Ash again?
Yeah, that off
Yeah,
angle
I think-
Ash. Try not to just lose your tank at the start of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that comp was quite good. I mean, you can play with a Doom here, right? Like the Sigma is not essential for like holding like a high ground or anything, right? If KSG feels like he's able to survive a bit better and, you know, maneuver around on the Doom, and it also seemed like the Doom is giving them trouble, right? It's not like France is, you know, picking him off every time, landing these accretions and finishing him off, right? So commit to the Doom. If you're able to survive on that, you think this Ash, which was pretty impactful the first go on defense, can do it again, right? You know, one win fight here for Japan starts to give them a good ultimate bank that they can also, even if they give up the point, carry over in that second checkpoint. You're not gonna have to switch anything up.
Again with the Iliari setup, when Cloud has demonstrated significant prowess on that particular pick. Avo wants a second bite of the apple here. Kyuki dangling tantalizingly above the statue, but eventually we'll be switching back towards the Sojourn.
Is just a little bit safer, right, with the Sojourn going in rather than Widowmaker. The Widowmaker could be a pretty good target. Look at that. That's a punch there on the
Doomfist.
side, and you lose both supports. Like, that
like
is,
this.
I mean, that is worst case scenario.
Not only, Matt, did France have to fight through a brutal group in the European qualifier. Like, the teams in their group were just disgusting. Now going up against
They have to deal with an Echo and a Doomfist
That's a different story, but
with an Alari that just has a pylon just healing everything.
Team Japan have not ever screamed a European team. They really don't know what they're going into, so they play their style, they play what works, and it is causing so many problems here for France. Matlock's hoping to line a couple players up here as we see a switch towards this Ana Diva look now. Poco,
The Diva can put, yeah, it can put more pressure on the back line, right, and then also eat some of these like dynamites that come on through, right? So what you're trying to do here with that Diva.
high ground pressure, Avo sliding away as the seismic slam
Tracer
came in and very
gonna run
quickly Nico
flank.
checks the enemy Nico, evil Nico, whichever one you prefer. The Tracer tries to wrap around. Dynamite here, but Nico really wants to try and line up something a little bit more tasty. That one will do.
Oh, that fucking Lucio was one tap.
Purchase now. Nico obviously not in a position to intervene, so it's just going to be down to Cloud's healing, but he's got damage as well, and Nico got taken out on the trade. No KSG left here.
Duplicated Lucio.
What's happened again? Lucio.
He doesn't care. He'll
does
duplicate
damage.
anybody.
He doesn't care, but look at the spacing you can create for your DPS with the boop. It's
they have
actually
a
pretty
bomb.
impressive. Poco's going to run out of gas here.
The
There's
bot.
no
Oh
juice
my
left.
god. Japan just
We're gonna go for
fucking.
just a celebration ultimately for Cloud
Ooh.
as Team Japan hold France at bay. That full hold is going to lock things up. A 2-0 victory for Japan.
But I think, you know, most people would have obviously said France taking this series coming on in.
Not
but,
Johnny.
No, not Johnny. And I think, you know, with seeing how Japan played, they are going to be a problem moving forward. I mean, they
Like, the
were
fact that
lights out
Japan
in this
just
series. Some
rolled-
really impressive stuff.
Like, just rolled them right there on the hold was just insane.
Saudi Arabia and the United States. Again, I think expectations for both of those teams are sky high. Saudi Arabia is mostly Twisted Minds plus a wild Sir Marched in there. And of course, we know all the hype going into this Team United States roster. It's a brutal group. All of them are. But Team Japan has showed a willingness to go their own way and make adaptations as they go. Cloud, Nico with peace sign and thumbs up. Yeah, I'd be feeling good if I were you too. It's been quite some time since we've got to see Japan compete on the international stage, and they've only gotten better.
Yeah, I mean, just overall, I really love their comps. I thought KSG on the tank role, right, specifically being able to play that Doomfist and live constantly, not being punished, especially with the caliber of a tank on the other side, a Sigma like Poco, right? Not able to kind of capitalize, I thought was huge, right? Being able to be that disruptor in the back line, just really nice stuff there from Japan.
And we saw a substitution at support there as well. Mihawk came in and had an incredible honor. We also got to see the Zenyatta that we teased a little bit on that overtime attack from Team Japan, and it worked beautifully. I can't wait to hear what Adis has to say about this. I'm sure they've got some opinions. So let's waste no time and head over to Zoe in the game.
Thank you so much, friends. We are back here.
Japan, let's go!
I thought
sorry,
that was
sorry.
going to come in with a yatta. But he did not.
I mean, I knew you were gonna do it, so I saved that one for
Someone
you.
had to say, I know, very sugoi was that. It was. This was incredible. I love because if you're looking at that group now, things are wide open. I think this might be a really tight group, and this is gonna make it so much harder to predict. Let's once more take a look at highlights to see what brought us here. It was very, very close on Samoa. Japan, in the end, taking it, but it went the distance all 3 rounds.
Hey, credit to Japan. I mean, they came out and they did it their way, but also they beat France playing this Sigma Bastion composition to kick things off, right? And then you're thinking like, okay, well, you know, if they're gonna play Sigma, you know, cool, great, works out pretty well. But then KSG swaps over to the Doomfist and just pounds the entire match. Like, just great Doomfist play, staying alive, getting the punches, being annoying, being a nuisance. That's what you want to do in Doomfist. Just. I feel like every year in the World Cup, we get one of those teams that just like surprises people, and you know, as some of us learn about some new names and new players that we haven't really heard about before. I feel like Japan might be that team. So many players on this team, Danny, that were just really fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Japan definitely did their homework, and we talked about how great KSU was. We're looking at another great player that we saw from Team Japan, Q Loud. Cloud? I think it was Cloud.
It's Cloud.
Sorry.
It's Cloud.
I've been sorry, Cloud. I've been just calling you Q Loud the whole time, but this guy was on fire the whole series. It was just, not only supporting his team, but just everything that he did was just fantastic. I think Japan is definitely an exciting team in Group D.
Yeah, and I love that there were so many standouts. Like Nico played a really, really good game there as well, all game long. I loved that Sojourn battle that Matt and Mitch also highlighted between Evo and Nico. And then, as you said, Q Loud. I do love that though, Danny. Oh yeah, Cloud.
Sorry,
Cloud.
Q-Key.
All of them. Like I think.
Are you sure it's Q-Key?
This has been a really, really impressive performance. If you're a France fan, though, are you worried right now, Reinforce?
I'm a little bit worried because they did cook a little bit with their compositions. So look, they got the most staff out of any team here in the World Cup, and it did feel like they were cooking a little bit. You know, having Nico swapped over to the Tracer. You know, when they're playing these Sigma compositions, and it was a little bit all over the place. And of course, I'm nervous because now, I mean, if you look at Group D, sure, you got USA. They're the favorites to win that group, and now France has lost to Japan. So you need 2 wins to make it out of the group, pretty much. And so you gotta beat United States. That is an uphill battle. It's tough.
And I mean, I feel like the compositions seemed a little disconnected. Maybe it wasn't really everyone on the same page. And we're looking at teams here with Japan having so much synergy coming from one and the same team. Of course, the same can be said about Saudi Arabia, which also finds in Group D, all of them playing for the same team. So they have it figured out. They know exactly what they're going to play. Let's see if France can clean it up. This was just the first of many games. We're all playing the group stages in round robin. So there are more opportunities, of course, to come out on top. We're going to break down our next game in just a little bit. But first, let's head into a quick break. So don't go anywhere.
ゆっくりやったらウルト上がるよ。ゆっくりやったらウルト上がるよ。オッケー。よしよしよしよしよ。ディバディバディバディバ。ボブないないわ。オッケー。これいける。キリコだけキリコだけキリコ。ナイス。オッケーナイス。オッケー。
have another exciting match coming our way as Thailand will be facing off against Hong Kong. We get a first look at both of those teams in just a little bit, but first we're gonna set you up for everything there is to know about both of these squads. And of course, to do that, we have the experts on our imaginary desk, Danny and Johnny, joining me for this one. I'm excited for this one. I'm very hyped about the match we just saw, and I hope that this next one delivers as well. And once more, of course, a reminder that everyone watching, we want from you. Post to your socials using the hashtag OWWC2023, and you can get involved, and we might feature some of your takes, whether they hot or cold or somewhere in between, on broadcast. Also, we of course want to know how you're enjoying the Overwatch World Cup and how you're watching it, because we get to watch as friends here on the not desk.
Desk? What is this called? Virtual desk.
Virtual desk. Is it really virtual
On the
though?
call.
Like
On the call.
Or
On the call, yeah.
But I would not have. I wouldn't want anyone else on the call for action such as this. So
Jake?
many. Maybe Jake.
Where's Jake? Who's Jake?
Who's Jake?
I miss Jake,
guy.
to be honest. I miss Jake.
Same.
Yeah.
I mean, not like I'm not happy with you guys, but
No, I agree.
something's missing.
It's-
Something's missing.
No, yeah, we got the same vibe. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
We both, yeah.
Good.
I have no idea what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
What?
But well, you know what you do know. You know those teams, you know those players, you love them, you see them. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for Team Thailand. I mean, they've been a favorite in Overwatch World Cup's past, and much of it, of course, has not just been due to their aggressive playstyles, but also their players, like Aputo. I mean, he's been a mainstay in the World Cup. He's the only player, in fact, who has been with us for each and every single one of them. I mean, look at him. What's not to love? Also, he's made a big name for himself during those World Cups on absolute sick Sombra gameplay. So I am very excited to see him and the team showing up once again, Johnny.
Yeah, this time it's going to be on support, though. A little role swap coming in from Aputo throughout all these years. I mean, look, Thailand is just like legendary in the World Cup. Like you said, they always bring us really aggressive, really fun gameplay. This time around, though, they are going to slow down the pace. So it's not going to be the dive-heavy, you know, super aggressive Thailand that we know and love. Instead, it's going to be a mixture of players, primarily from a team called DAF Esport in the Asia-Pacific region once more. So back when I misremember that Japan won that event, it was actually pretty much Team Thailand that won that event, right? So this is going to be a really fun time to watch Thailand now. Maybe similar to Team Japan in the sense that they can punch upwards here in this tournament.
Yeah, and they're going up against Team Hong Kong, right? I think Team Hong Kong they have a good mix of some newer players and also veterans as well. The two people that I'm looking out for is their tank player Rek and also Mango Jai. First, talking about Rek, it's an interesting thing because he's going up against his teammates from John, you just mentioned DAF Esports. All of Team Thailand is on DAF Esports, and Rek is the tank player for DAF Esports, so he's going to be going up against his team. And Mango Jai, he's coming back from retirement. He is a legendary flex support player, and I know that this is his fourth Overwatch World Cup as well. You're seeing his accolades. He's got, you know, a first place in, you know, Season 2 Pacific 2018 as well. This guy's definitely a legendary player who's making a comeback, so I think I'm definitely watching out for Mango Jai as well.
Yeah, lots of familiar faces, lots of new faces as well, and we are hoping for a very exciting match. So once again, let's take a look at our predictions. They've been going pretty well today, I dare say, for us. It's been a lot of fun. I went with Team Thailand for this one, just because with Aputo as well as Tita Watt in the lineup, I know what to expect from those players. I gotta be honest with you. Other than Mango, I'm not too familiar with the players from Team Hong Kong, so I'm not sure what they have to offer, but I'm looking for a close game. I'm hoping for a close game.
Yeah, I also went with Team Thailand. You know, just as we mentioned, it's mostly all of the DAF Esports, and they are, you know, a really good Asia Pacific contenders team. So I'm believing in their synergy to take the win.
Yeah, I think it'll be a little bit closer. I got Thailand 2-1 in this one, but I think they're a really respectable team. So similar to Japan, as I already mentioned, I do think that both Japan and Thailand are going to be two contenders this kind of like World Cup that can positively surprise in this one. So, you know, being that the meta is these Sigma Bastion compositions, I think we'll see a similar story from Team Thailand in this one, and we might be positively surprised at the end of this game.
Yeah, and of course, both of those teams finding themselves in a group with China. China, definitely one of the teams which we all expect to come out at the very top. So it's a steep uphill battle, and that makes this first victory all the more important. You want to get that first W on the board. Let's see which of the two teams can get it done. We're going to find out after this break.
everyone. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup, the one time of year we can all be biased, sad or happy, depending on how our country is doing, where Canada is down tremendous, but the down unders are apparently on top.
Yeah, let's go, baby. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. We got our first win. Hey, it's okay. You know, we will have the battle for the Commonwealth later on. I believe that's tomorrow, and I think we're casting that one, so bias will be at an all-time high.
Yeah, you guys will want to tune in for that match, but Kusta, did you play for the Overwatch World Cup? Man, things have changed for you.
I know. I've become incredibly washed since then. But yeah, I have actually been able and fortunate enough to play for Team Australia. Oh my God, look how young I look.
You're an infant.
It was an awesome experience. It's a great opportunity for a lot of players to play on the international stage, play against a lot of guys. I actually went to Thailand, Bangkok to qualify for it, and then we brought our onesies. Oh no.
You still have that onesie?
This, I actually think it was recently tossed away because it didn't travel too well, honestly. All the zippers broke, but this was the qualifiers here. That was Johnny in the background. We beat Johnny to qualify for the actual World Cup, which is nice to see. And obviously, Goomba was the coach of Team Australia back then. But it's awesome. And then we actually made it to BlizzCon. We made it to the round of 8. It was an awesome opportunity for us. And then we played against South Korea in the first round. I played Torb, and as you can imagine, we lost.
Great. I like how you had to remind everyone that you beat Reinforce. Hey, you even got to be on a video with Coach of the Year, Gunba. And what is your anti-aging secret? Because I swear to God, you look the same.
No, there's no way. Did you see Babyface Custer up there? No, I've definitely aged. A couple of wrinkles coming on the forehead, but, you know, it's awesome to be able to see World Cup back once again. It's been 4 years, and now we have almost a new generation of players coming through to play in some of these matches, and we have, you know, some actual veterans. We have a Pudo, as Zoe said, who's been around the ringer of the World Cup, but, you know, for Team Hong Kong, some players that we haven't seen much of at all.
Pudo is a flex god. I got to cast him a bit in the Overwatch League summer stage. The way that he could do support, DPS, he can do it all. We start on Samoa, that neutral map. Then I really think the highlight for Thailand is actually their DPS, High Vision Ace, Opudo, if it feels like being DPS that day. They are incredible.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting talent that a lot of people don't really, you know, have eyes on. They don't really know how great these players are. We just saw it in the last Japan series. That's a great team that has a lot of experience in Asia Pacific contenders. But now we head into this match, and Thailand is the team that is sort of has that experience, and they won the Asia Pacific contenders. But to hear more, let's talk to Emily, who has the sideline report for this match.
Hey, thank you so much, Costa. So before the match, I was able to speak briefly with Team Japan, Team Hong Kong and Team Thailand. And I just asked the usual questions. What are some challenges you'll face? And what are some things you admire from the opponent team? And so Hong Kong was a bit cheeky with their response, but they said they're very friendly with Team Thailand. And what they admire is that they have many talented players, and you can see that they have 3 tank players. So they're a little bit jealous of Team Thailand's strategies and diverse compositions. As for Team Thailand, I asked, what are your biggest challenges facing Team Hong Kong? And they said that mainly, I would say ourselves, because everyone in the team except for Tito Watt has never experienced LAN. And finally, they wanted to say thank you so much for supporting us all the way from Thailand here in the US. We really felt the love of our fans, and we're definitely going to try our best. Back to you guys, Lemon and Costa.
Thank you so much, Emily. It's great to see the respect between these teams, and how much do you appreciate the support from, of course, their own country, but everyone watching. And hey, you can see Thailand feeling that support. Already a first kill for High Vision on the Xiaolian, and Thailand already got the cap too.
And it's interesting, we're going to see both teams come out on a mirror composition. They both want to play the Doomfist, something unconventional that only a few teams have been playing in the World Cup so far, but Thailand feeling very comfortable with that first cap, and they're putting the pressure on, and they find another pick onto M-Crazy.
I know the Dusk were feeling about the synergy between Thailand, and I think Hong Kong also have a lot of synergy. They played under Hong Kong Protege and contenders, so a lot of chemistry on here, but Thailand so far leading that and keeping Hong Kong at bay.
R3K actually plays for DAF Esports as well with a lot of these Thailand players. That's why you see them waving and they have that mutual respect. They probably know and understand what both teams are going to play, so it's just going to come down to who executes better. But another pick on the Mango Jai. Hong Kong just haven't even had an opportunity to fight yet.
Yeah, High Vision has been that highlight for the team, but Xiaolian gets the revenge. Thailand missing that one player. Do they still protect the point? They got the high ground, and especially that Doomfist of Titawat with these close walls in Samoa. It's great to lock down a certain hero, an R3K shot through there by Ace as Opudo and friends move forward thanks to the nano of Pally, and Thailand haven't lost any control.
Yeah, the nano onto Opudo was so smart. Hong Kong committed so many resources to taking them down, and then boom, raid boss Brig not going down, and Hong Kong just couldn't keep up the damage. And now 80% and counting. Not many ultimates have been used at all. Xiaolian cannot fall. Oh, there he goes.
Oh, that's not good for them. Hong Kong will definitely have to use ultimates as it's the last fight for the first point. Mango Jai with the nano. This has been that veteran that Hong Kong could rely on before, but High Vision is sneaky behind the team. Can he take out Mango Jai before that nano comes out? Hong Kong are quite far away and was actually hunting for Xiaolian, who exposes him. Now duplicates available, giving that second life. Huge anti able to touch Thailand with a statement of 100-0.
And that's what I expect from this Thailand squad. You know, we talked in the last series about, you know, Japan, this is a sneaky team that people might not put enough respect onto. Thailand is the exact same thing. They are a great team in the Asia Pacific region, and they could be a scary team moving forward. They're in a group with China, so everyone expects China to come through as that #1 seed. So Thailand and Hong Kong, they're really vying for that second spot in this group to make it to BlizzCon. So this is a very important match for both of these teams.
And there's varying experience levels too on Hong Kong, where I got to cast them recently in the Overwatch League summer stage, and performing at varying degrees just because they just made that roster. So I think it was NGK with Mango Jai and Chao Lian, where wishing they could put on a better show. But this is what the World Cup is all about: redemption for how your career started, how it's going, maybe even resurrecting that career, whoever you may be. For now, it is Thailand taking up a lot of real estate. They've actually antied R3K, have him up against the wall, almost able to lock down High Vision, manages to fly away, and Chao Lian can take advantage of that moment. Now, you almost don't want to touch the point with how exposed you may be with no cover available, and Thailand are still jumping in. R3K is such a target of their focus.
Once again, first capture goes over to Thailand, though. Hong Kong doing a better job of staying alive. Now they're the one with the first pick onto High Vision.
Yeah, Thailand have the cap, but for really how long? You see Ace has to jump in to help Oputo, but at least is able to fire back with a double kill. And this maybe gives Thailand a winning chance, but Hong Kong still put quite a dent in the forces of Thailand. Can Hong Kong win their first fight? The nano onto R3K sure reinvigorates that front line. And now with the cap, Hong Kong can keep going.
Great confidence by Hong Kong, putting the nano onto R3K to give themselves that advantage. They get the flip back over, but now Thailand's going to come back. They will have the nano boost advantage, but Pali's actually running very far behind. Doesn't even have it yet at 80%.
Titawat going for the flip. This is the punch onto R3K, who's jumped behind, and Titawat goes down the hole. Buy some time for him to heal back up. He jumps back towards his healers, but takes too much pressure, especially with that focusing beam of Chao Lian. Now all over these supports at the 3K for that echo of Hong Kong. And they have a lead that's growing.
Yeah, all of a sudden you see Hong Kong maybe breaking off some of those nerves, playing a lot more confident. Chao Lian's finding these picks on the echo time and time again, and Pali is still not up to that nano boost. So now Thailand, it's their opportunity to enter in. They're going around the left side to give their backline a little bit of protection, and now Pali's going to drop the nano, but here comes the brig duplicate from Chao Lian.
Maybe not the one he wanted, but either way, the rally sure is strong if he could get up to it. But High Vision had duped the Doomfist, dropped right in the middle of the team, somehow escapes. He got antis hitting Hong Kong left and right, and that break from Chao Lian did not last, but Am Crazy trying to do his best with the rally to keep his team up, but Hong Kong are struggling against the sustain and the team chemistry that Thailand have. That's a 3-man anti from Mango Jai, but Hong Kong lacked the damage to do anything with that.
Just no punish. Am Crazy, the rally was just a smidge too late. The rest of his team had already fallen and they didn't get the value of that rally. And now Thailand, they're upping the tempo. They're trying to dive early, trying to find an early pick. But nano onto Kurumi, and there goes the overclock.
Oh, Kurumi is slept in. Damage mitigation just enough. Hits 2. And that should be enough somehow. Yeah, Kurumi still dies, but that sleep should have been the end of him. That nano was huge from Mango Jai.
Yeah, great response from Hong Kong. Recognize the aggression from Thailand. Even with Pali hitting that sleep, just not enough. And now Titawat's gonna be the first one to switch. Goes over to the Winston, maybe thinking they can get more damage, get into that backline.
Yeah, Winston just a kryptonite to Ana too. And if Mango Jai is such an impactful person for Hong Kong, getting on top of these supports, the bubble right at the choke is great. You block off some of the healing. That's only slowing down Hong Kong, but maybe it gives some space for Kurumi and Ace to trade blow for blow. 91%, 92 before it's flipped back over to Thailand, who stay in the driver's seat.
Yeah, but Hong Kong, they only need one more team fight to be able to get this, but they have no ultimates. R3K switching over to the Diva, a counter pick of Winston, because you can just shoot him in the butt and follow him all the way. But Thailand's coming up to some big ultimates right now.
Oh, you can't lose Chao Lian, but Thailand now have the dupe. Afraid of how that Diva dive would go, High Vision buys himself another life in Thailand, just wipe Hong Kong, and they did have to use some ultimates, of course the Nano and the Duke, but staggering out Hong Kong is huge.
Oh, R3K just doesn't make it back to the spawn, loses the mech. He's gonna have to go back into spawn, switch back and forth, and now all of a sudden desperation mode for Hong Kong. M Crazy on the Lucio, R3K over to the Wrecking Ball, 6% to touch.
All right, swapping to the Hammond to allow that touch. R3K starts it, but is slept, and that means the rest of Hong Kong are exposed, and that Hammond never woke up, and Thailand will take map 1.
Ah, that was so unfortunate. The Wrecking Ball rolls through the point, but just a little bit early to trigger the overtime, and then the Wrecking Ball gets slept, so they can't re-engage on the touch, and it's a pretty convincing first map win here from Team Thailand.
It is. I think Hong Kong had a lot more fight. I think they had better planning around the Mango Jai Nano. Xiao Lian kept up better against High Vision's Echo, where High Vision, I would say, was diffing him on that first round.
Yeah.
And I like the tank swaps. It's a bit of a chess match.
Yeah, you can see both of these teams come from a similar region. They want to play that Doomfist. They want to play the dive. That's what they're more comfortable in. So Hong Kong more than happy to take this mirror against Thailand, but some better looks on the second round. But if they can avoid some of the mistakes, avoid getting picked early on in the rounds, then they can start to play their own game, start to cycle their ultimates, because you can see signs of life from them the further we went into this map.
Smiles all around.
Yeah.
From the left side. It's nice. I was kind of talking to you before we got on our cast. It's very nostalgic. Sometimes you see returning players. We talked about that next generation. When we'll see South Korea in our next match, it'll be very different of a South Korea than in 2019. But here are your highlights of map number 1. The Doomfist matchup was very fun.
Yeah, and Doomfist has a very interesting matchup because it's all about your engages, your disengages. You can punch the blocks, right? So that sort of negates a lot of that defensive utility that a Doomfist has. So there is a bit of a mirrored tank matchup going on here. But the other one I want to highlight from this map so far was the Echo matchup. Xiaolian versus High Vision. I think both of them were making big plays, finding first picks, and they're just meeting each other in the air, trying to win that Echo duel.
I think Kurumi had some big pop-off moments too, thinking about when he got nanoed by Mango Jai and still pulled off like a 2 or 3K, which was a big win condition for Hong Kong to even get on the board. So now we're waiting for the map pick from Hong Kong. It is match point. These are all best of 3s, and Thailand, I think, got away with a swift 100-0, but Hong Kong still got some fight in them.
Yeah, and anything can happen as you move further in the series. Control plays very quickly. You want to play a lot of these fast compositions, but we've actually seen a lot of teams so far in this World Cup picking Circuit Royale so they can play around Sigma, play a little bit slower. You know, we saw how effective Kurumi was on that Sojourn. If they could lean into that a little bit more, that could be a win condition.
See what the map pick is, and it's an interesting format because in map 2 you get to pick either escort or hybrid, so there's just so many maps to pick from, and in map 3 it's either push or flashpoint. So Hong Kong are locking in Circuit Royale.
Yeah, and this is probably them looking as like, hey, doesn't seem like we're going to win in this Doomfist matchup. I would be surprised if either team picked Doomfist on Circuit Royale, so maybe a different look in map 2.
We'll see if it will be a different look. At least that's what Hong Kong is looking for. It's match point for Thailand. We'll see what happens on the other side of this break. in our series on match point. Of course, highlight being High Vision Ace, the DPS of Thailand, putting on a show once again.
Yeah, you really just see the firepower that this Thailand squad has, but not just the firepower of the individual mechanics, just the synergy that they have coming into this tournament. A lot of other teams, their players haven't had a lot of practice time together, or they're just a hodgepodge of different players and teams, while there is just inherent, just synergy from playing so much in contenders that they can just translate to the World Cup stage, and that caught Hong Kong off guard.
Maybe Thailand felt like they had to change something too, and Hong Kong started to come back in that second round where Titawat was swapping from Doomfist to Winston, maybe to try to block some of the heals. And speaking of now changing things, we're gonna just change Titawat altogether. He's gonna be swapped out for Calbun, whichever one you want to go with. He was an off-tank player.
Makes sense. You heading over to Circle Royale, historically that's always been a Sigma map. It's a long range, long sightline, so you play snipers, you play long range DPS, and Sigma really stands up and assists that so much. So Calboon coming in, we'll see if he's going to be able to sort of step up and throw another wrench in the Hong Kong plans, but you have to think that Hong Kong have an idea and have a strategy around sending Thailand to this map.
And Sigma's pretty meta right now, and I'm looking forward to the hit scan matchup between the two. We kind of just lightly touched on Kurumi versus Ace, both of these players being highlights of their team. Where there was on the Sojourn, maybe we'll see some Widowmaker. Now that you have maybe a less mobile tank like a Sigma, you don't have to worry about jumping back. Maybe you don't need the Sojourn, you can go for something else.
Not only that, with the long-range hit scan, right? Like, I think that could be a good strategy if you're confident in your individual player, but we've seen a lot of other teams most recently going over to the Bastion for that high damage output. It really changes the way that you have to play as a Sigma and as a team just because the amount of damage that can come out. So maybe that's what Kurumi wants to go over to. Maybe they just have confidence in winning that 1v1 duel against Ace because, as we said, there's a lot of mutual respect, but because they play in the same region, they probably have a good feel for the skill level of each other player on the opposite team.
Yeah, and support-wise, it was cool to see Mangojai, the impact of his nanos. I think Pally on the other side, is it Pally or Oputo, the Ana, when they were throwing these huge anti-nades on the Hong Kong, felt like there were some issues following that up, just with the lack of damage or just how the chaos was running down. So it ended up being pretty close on the second round, but we'll see now with Hong Kong's choice how confident they feel on circuit.
Yeah, and that's really the big thing for these guys is confidence moving forward because, we talked about how important this match was to win, to just sort of hopefully get to that BlizzCon finals, but there are only more difficult teams as you move forward. There are some stacked teams to the teeth with Overwatch League. We talk about China, we talk about USA, we talk about Korea, but then you also have some of these other middling of packs. The other team in this group is Spain, which are no slouches either, so there's always going to be more to sort of face, and this has to be just sort of shaking off the nerves, getting experience on LAN as well, because Emily said a lot of these players have never played on a LAN environment before.
No, and then you're just sitting across the table of your opponent. Thankfully, it's all friendly, we're waving and stuff, but yeah. Who knows how that'll go. We're just gonna take a quick break because we have a technical pause being called, so we'll see you on the other side of whatever this is. getting to see all those Overwatch World Cup statues.
I know, it's been so long.
I can't wait for the main event. The players beat us there. Also, one of them got so excited to be there, they went missing, so...
Hey, sometimes you just got places to be in the middle of a match. You gotta go to the bathroom, you gotta get some air. I don't know, but hey, it happens from time to time, but I'm just like you, Lemon. I'm so excited for this BlizzCon, for Overwatch World Cup to just be back in general. It felt like such a staple of early Overwatch, seeing everyone cheer for their country, represent their country. You know, pride always comes out at such a big level in esports, so hopefully we see that once again this year.
And I know a lot of Thailand, including that new substitute of Calboon that came in, also from DAF Esport. Thailand actually held open tryouts and we're like, you know, whoever is the best, y'all decide, and we'll put you on the team, or at least we'll give you a tryout. And well, a lot of these players made it through that. Of course, when you have great chemistry from DAF Esport, that helps out a lot. But yeah, Calboon will be coming in, like we said, as that Sigma player. Now that we have all our players in their seats, we'll see how he does.
Okay, we can cancel the milk cartons with the player's face on it. You know, we've found them. Everybody calm down. Everyone give the coach a wave on the way out. You know, this is such respectful players and teams. You know, I know Team Australia. I've played for them. I know how it's going. People aren't that friendly to the coaches in Australia, but I respect it. I respect the love that they show for their coaches.
Sometimes coaches are decorative, but
Yeah.
they're there for moral support, and I love that for them. And you'll need all the support they can get for Circuit Royale coming up next, and it's still match point for Thailand. And as the team said, as Emily pointed out when she reported to us, the teams have been so appreciative of just being back on the stage and getting support from everyone in the world, not just from their country. Everyone is so stoked for World Cup to be back, and me as well. See how Circuit Royale goes.
Yeah, and you know, Thailand has always been a fan favorite. Obviously, it really started with Mickey for that team. He was discovered, a great player in the history of Overwatch, was discovered in World Cup. And that's something that makes World Cup special as well, is this is a platform for a lot of these players to step onto the international stage and make a name for themselves of like, hey, I can play at this top level, I can perform. And that's what every player is sort of really here to do, to prove that themselves as a player in their country can play with the, you know, and hang with the best teams in the world.
Oh, I know, I miss the Mickey, the Patapans of Thailand. Like,
the good days.
The good days. Hey, the better days are here, right? So Thailand have chosen to opt for defense, and it took a while to figure out this is the side they really wanted. Everyone's chilling on the high ground on the left side, kind of unconventional.
And interestingly enough, you're going to see Mango Jai come out on the Zenyatta, and this is a different pick to what we see from Pally for Thailand. So there's going to be more damage for Hong Kong with the Zenyatta, with just the orbs and the Discord, but Pally is going to have better individual healing because they have the packs, they have the AoE healing, and Xiaolian's just going aggressive with that Zenyatta orb as well. Gives them that excess healing to be able to sort of go aggressive onto the Hanzo of high vision.
Yeah, Xiaolian is trying to harass that Hanzo, as you said, but here's a storm bow and just goes, nah, I don't want that smoke. And you gotta be so careful. Just one random headshot is just the end of that. And this Thailand setup is also contesting the cart, like the cycling of the shield and the matrix there, or the kinetic grasp from Calboon. Hong Kong will have to remove them by force. CR3K taking a counter position on the other side of the cart. Finally, enough spacing is given over, and that cart is running away.
Yeah, that's the problem of the Thailand setup, is that as soon as they can't contest the card, it's going to move away from them. Fortunately, they do find the pick onto Xiaolian, but now Mango Jai, they found the pick as well. So all of a sudden, with how far the spawns are for Team Thailand, Hong Kong will start to get it moving, but High Vision has to be careful to stagger too much. There goes, jumps in, falls down. But this is really a great setup for Thailand, because all of a sudden, that's a lot of time off the clock. That's a minute 20, which they did essentially a spawn camp. As long as Ace doesn't fall down, that should give them the opportunity to get up ultimates and then hold this, you know, advantageous corner at the back here.
Yeah, when Xiaolian and Mango Jai were on NGUK, the whole Genji's and sort of meta was a highlight for them. They just kind of got beaten by just other teams having more experience together as a team. But this could be a map that favors Hong Kong, especially Mango Jai on one of his more well-known heroes. But Kurumi is the one who also popped off hit scan-wise on Samoa, but he gets rocked in the face as I'm trying to hype him up. 14 HP in a dream. You got Xiaolian Nano going after Ace, who just used the slide, I think, to get into that position, so there's no escaping that. Thailand trying to fight back with the Gravitic Flux, and I don't even know if Calboon got anyone. He's trying to cancel this respawning Gravitic Flux, and Hong Kong, I think, have done more than enough to cap.
Yeah, the damage is done, but there's still supports here for Thailand. Xiaolian goes with the blade to try and close it out and just falls down. So all of a sudden, Hong Kong looked like they had the advantage, is eventually going to be thwarted. You should see Kurumi falling here, and so far, we talked about it. Why would Hong Kong go to this map? They wanted to put Kurumi onto this Widowmaker, but so far hasn't found any meaningful picks in this matchup. He's going to need to find something because those were 5 ultimates from Hong Kong used to try and cap that point. And now with a minute 15 remaining, they have no ultimates remaining, while Thailand, they still have the overclock. Pally has the rally. It's going to be difficult for Hong Kong to fight into.
Difficult when you used all the ults, as you said. I was like, surely this is enough, right? 5 ults equals fight win? No, apparently not.
Oh, that hurts as well.
And a headshot after headshot. Ace and High Vision doing all the work. And Hong Kong hope to escape with their lives still intact. And look who's bashing in. Pally's not done with them. And Hong Kong have lost a lot of wind in their sails.
Yeah, and they didn't even have to use either of those ultimates, the rally or the overclock, to win that fight as well. So now you're seeing swaps from Hong Kong with only 35 seconds remaining. They're going to have to rush towards the point, and Thailand are ready for this. They're setting up a trap, but Apudo falling early is huge.
Yeah, you fell for Hong Kong's trap. Great headshot to open things up and trying to punish Thailand, but it's Ace that had the space and just finds 2 like that. And Hong Kong find themselves all reset again.
Once again, Hong Kong are going to have to make switches to get towards this cart. R3K back onto the Wrecking Ball. But you can just see Calvin is just holding the spawn doors.
You see the cart says, I'm on my way, Hong Kong.
I'm coming.
I'm putting that thing in reverse. And R3K can't touch in time. Hong Kong getting full held on their map choices. Not ideal.
Yeah, and as I said, it just didn't feel like this strategy from Hong Kong ever came to fruition. The Genji Blade not able to find any value. The Widowmaker from Kurumi not able to hit the shots. And Thailand just playing an exceptional game of understanding the strengths of their setup. They had more healing, they slowed down the cart, and then they won that big important fight. So Thailand just once again proving that they are a very strong team with that synergy, with a pretty deep playbook so far in this match.
Just great spacing from Thailand when they see the wave of ultimates coming your way. You do not want to face the sun head on. So Thailand move up the road, respect that, and then we're able to engage back into them with their own ultimates. And then it does, you know, it helps a lot when High Vision and Ace are getting headshots, and with how important DPS, their impact is on a map like Circuit Royale. You choose this map because you have faith in your DPS. And Thailand, oh, we get to see what Ace is up to. Oh, this is that double kill.
Yeah. And that was a flanking brig as well. You know, we didn't call it out of the moment, but Pally goes, I have rally, I have 300 health, and I am unkillable and walking at you. And that just gives Ace the space to be able to just walk out, get those multiple kills. And that's what I'm talking about with that understanding of a strategy and a playbook. They've obviously practiced that in the past. They knew exactly how they wanted to execute it. And against teams like Hong Kong, who don't really react in the correct way all the time, it can catch them off guard in a big way.
Kurumi back on the Widow. And remember, I was telling you, I was like, oh, Sojourn, like, you don't need the jump because nothing's going to be engaging into you. Ace is like, no, I'm jumping in. I'm going in with this jump. And I hope my ranked teammates are not learning anything from this. But Kurumi wanted to line up that headshot. Failed both times. Now Mango Jai is removed, and Hong Kong can't afford to lose fights.
Yeah, and they can't lose any more players from here as well. You can see the card moving forward. The Hanzo Xiaolian might get caught on this statue right here. He's trying to make the run away, but he's just getting split off by the rest of the Thailand team. And now Xiaolian falls. Can Thailand keep the pressure going? If they find another pick, there might not even be a defense by Hong Kong.
Yeah, Xiaolian should have disengaged way earlier. The statue is such a hard position to get out of. And Pally says, it's supportal combat time. Thailand sailing away, box of victory in sight. Calboon is heading for the spawn room doors to knock on the doors of Hong Kong just to wave goodbye in the end. Thailand take the series 2-0.
Thailand just proving that they are the better team. Hong Kong just not able to do anything, especially on that Circuit Royale. We saw some signs of light on Samoa, but Circuit Royale, that was Thailand's playground. And for me, the most impressive thing is they have an effective dive, but they can also play the Sigma at a high level. They have great hit scan players. This might be a much more versatile team than some of these other teams in the Overwatch World Cup so far.
And also using Cal Boon ended up being a boon for their team, considering you just needed a Sigma to be that pillar, that bully at the front. That's exactly what he did. Gave more than enough space for his team to move forward and take the shots that they needed. It was Xiao Lian that maybe overstayed his welcome there on the Hong Kong side, over on the statue, trying so desperately to get a trading blow once they lost Mango Chai. Didn't get that pick. Harumi too went for 2 jump shots, missed both, and those are opportunities that Hong Kong needed to execute on.
Yeah, Hong Kong, you could see the idea of their strategy really just relying on the mechanics of their players to just hit those shots. And sometimes those shots just never get hit. And when you have a brig of the, I guess, suicidal nature of Pali just running into the backline, getting his one, just putting that pressure for the rest of his team, all of a sudden that just opens up so many doors. And Hong Kong unfortunately fall, and now they have a ways to go if they are going to make it out of these groups.
It's going to be a tough road ahead, but I like you said that this is opening doors, which this is what World Cup is all about, putting these countries on a map. They're already on a map, but you know what I mean, showcasing them to the audience, and everyone gets to be in person very soon for the main event. And, well, let's see how the desk feels also about their predictions. They're happy, they're sad, but how about now? What do you think, Zoe?
Oh, Lemon, we're always happy, aren't we? Here on the desk, Danny and Johnny joining me for this one. Another great match in the books and another opportunity for us to highlight some of the players we got to see as absolute standouts. So let's dive straight into the highlights for this one, Johnny. What and who did you see?
Well, I mean, it was a pretty easy match here for Team Thailand. And obviously they played the slower composition on Circuit Real, but it started out with the Doomfist matchup, right? Between Tirawat, who is this experienced veteran, again, 4th time participating here in the Overwatch World Cup, right? But really, it was a bit of a skill diff here because Team Thailand, they are so efficient when it comes to these compositions. Ace, for example, on the Sojourn did a great job. So I think we'll see more of this from Team Thailand moving forward, to be quite honest with you. I don't think they're going to slow down after this matchup at all. So great first show here for Team Thailand.
Yeah, I also agree. And also, I think something that Lemon and Costa said, I totally agree with. I think it was the pre-existing synergy for Team Thailand that really got them the win. You know, they were all on the same page. And yeah, they were very coordinated. And, you know, I think it was all of that really coming to fruition to take the win for Team Thailand.
I mean, to add on as well, I mean, this group is pretty wide open because we all know that China, the team from China is probably the favorite here in Group C. But then, like, who's going to make second place? Is it going to be Hong Kong or Spain? Spain had a really good showing in the European qualifiers. But it could be Thailand who makes it out second in this group. And this was a great first showing.
Absolutely. And I was also just very excited to see some of those players like Mango showing up again on that Zen. He is known as a bit of a flex god in the Pacific region. So it was great to see him back on in action after his retirement. Now, unfortunately, Hong Kong taking the first L, and Thailand is feeling pretty good about their first showing here in the Overwatch World Cup 2023. I am very, very excited to see where this group is taking us. And we got another match coming your way. It's going to be the last one of the day. It's going to be Colombia and South Korea. Let's see what both of those teams have to bring to the table after this break. Let's get ready for the last match of the day. South Korea will be facing off against Colombia. We're gonna find out who's gonna come out on top of this last match in just a little bit. But first, let's set the stage. Danny and Johnny here to give you all the insight about both of those teams and who they think is going to take the W. I'm excited for this one. I'm excited to see both teams clashing. So let's look at Colombia first here. Definitely the underdog heading into this. This is another roster with last-minute changes, announcing just 9 days ago that their star player EKO will not be able to join them here in the US. And Sirki, I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, which was initially their coach, actually replaces EKO now. So Johnny, that's quite a mix-up, or change-up rather, heading into their first match.
Yeah, look, like you can't beat around the bush. It's going to have an enormous impact on Team Colombia's chances here at the World Cup. Like, they did have a really good performance in the qualifiers, but EQO was their standout player. Obviously, tons of experience competing in Overwatch before, in the Overwatch World Cup, in fact, but as well in, you know, some of the better tournaments in the pro scene, right? So missing out on EQO is going to take a big hit here on Team Colombia, but at the end of the day, look, I think Team Colombia, I think they're happy they made it so far here through the group stages and potentially, you know, get to experience BlizzCon here later this week. But you're facing off against South Korea. I mean, oof.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough uphill battle for Colombia because they are going up against Team South Korea. Like, look at this lineup. You know, we got Fearless on tank, Sparkle, Limp on DPS, Fielder, and Chio. This is like the superstar Overwatch League team, and that is Team South Korea. I think, you know, I think it's safe to say that, you know, all of these players are probably one of the best players in their respective roles. Like, you know, the Chio that we're seeing is a great main support player, and he, along with Fielder as well, they have been playing together for a very long time. And actually, all of these players have played with one another at least once in their professional career. They were all playing in Dallas Fuel. They've also played in Atlanta. Some of them played in Atlanta Reign as well. So they not only are they mechanically really talented, they also got the synergy as well. So I don't know. I think it's gonna be sort of an easy, sweet, like ice cream that I just saw from Zoe. It's gonna be a sweet match for Team South Korea. Was that an ice cream?
Yeah, I just tried to get one last lick.
You're eating an ice cream in between when we're showing graphics and highlights and stuff?
I thought the last match would go a lot longer. I thought the last match would have gone longer, so I opened an ice cream and I tossed the package, and then I couldn't set it down, and I don't want it's melting, so I tried to eat fast, but then I got tricked because the cone is a cookie, so I can't just
that cone is very thick.
It's so
That's a very thick cone.
So I tried to hide it, but then it started to melt. So anyway, I'm very excited for this upcoming match. Obviously, if you're looking at the South Korea roster, it's star-studded, but still a fun fact, none of these players have actually been playing in the Overwatch World Cup prior to this one. They're coming to clean it up, you know. In 2019, the last Overwatch World Cup, unfortunately, South Korea did not manage to grab that title again. They came third, so they want to redeem the name of their country. Let's see if they can get it done one victory at a time, and I think this one has got to be theirs. If we're looking at the prediction, I think this is going to be a very convincing victory for South Korea. What about you, Danny?
대한민국! Let's go, South Korea! Woohoo! 대한민국!
Yeah, what Danny said. 2-0, South Korea. There it is.
Well, we hope to see a banger of a match regardless. Also, of course, as always, we're very excited to see some people playing that we don't know that much about from Colombia, for example. This is where stars are being made, and they have everything to play for, not just fame and fortune. No, a lot of fortune, actually, because there's prize pool, and all of that is growing.
Some fortune.
Some fortune. We don't know what fortune, though, because it's growing by the second, by the minutes. Every time you get one of those bundles, you are actively contributing to the prize pool for the Overwatch World Cup, which is just so very exciting. I love crowdfunding. I love to see the passion and support on display by the numbers. So make sure to do your part. And in the process, you can grab yourself those beautiful skins and some other goodies as well, which come in that bundle. Very exciting stuff. And we are about to be ready for this next match. So once more, relax, kick back, take a drink, stay hydrated. We're heading into a very quick break, and then we're back with or eat an ice cream, that's right. And we will be back with the last match of the day after this.
for our last match of the day. The boys in yellow, blue, and red are facing the boys in blue and red. It's harder to say when there's multiple colors, but Colombia versus South Korea, isn't it?
I'm just glad that Australia doesn't have to go, well, they will, well, they did actually today against Brazil. Those colors are so similar. If you see them on jerseys on stage, they're pretty much the same thing. But as you said, a little bit of differentiating factors, and now Team Colombia has trial by fire in their first land match against South Korea.
Oh, they're being thrown right into the fire. But Emily actually has heard from Colombia, so let's see what they have to say.
Yes, thank you so much, you guys. My cat is biting me right now. So we got a chance to catch up with Team Colombia before the game, and I asked, what are some challenges you'll think you'll face against Korea? And they said everything. Korea is a very disciplined and coordinated team, so it'll be hard to capitalize off any mistakes they made. And what are some things that Colombia admires from what they've seen from Korea? And they said their dedication to the game. Korea came super prepared, and they really put their 110% into every move. So coming into the Overwatch World Cup, they did a lot of team bonding exercises. I think they feel pretty good about themselves, but it's hard to be super confident since their star player, EQO, wasn't able to come, but they're going to give it their best and hope to just make all of their fans and country proud. They wanted to say that we love you so much. Thank you for all of the support, and Viva Colombia.
Ooh, thank
That's all
you
I have.
so much,
Back
Emily.
to you guys.
Thank you so much. It's great to hear the passion out of Team Colombia. This especially is a region close to my heart because my very first Contenders region was Contenders South America, where Drummer and Cersei, their careers really blossomed. And I know with Contenders South America missing, this is such a competitive region with Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, etc. This is a team with so much passion, but so much love for each other and the game that it's great to see them still here.
And, Colombia, they went 5-0 in the groups to qualify for this top 16 group stage. And they proved that they were one of the best countries in the South American region. And it does, suck that EQO isn't able to be able to show up and sort of compete with them because he was that sort of leadership role. He has a lot of experience playing against, the league level players. And now they have to go up against some of the best players to ever play this game, right? You talk about how, Cersei and a couple of these other players have played in the World Cup in the past. A lot of these South Korean players, they are players that they're the new generation. None of them have ever played in the World Cup in the past, but they've already proven themselves on the international stage.
Yeah, and players like Drummer and Cersei played for Team Colombia last World Cup, I should say, back in 2019. So yes, EQO frees up that seat, but maybe for a new star to shine. We start on Busan as our neutral first map on Control, and the loser picks the next one. So I know everyone is looking at South Korea to be the team to beat, and maybe this is too big of a giant for Colombia to take down, but it's also a nice idea to see what is the meta going to be for a team like South Korea. How far can their run really go, and is there any weaknesses going to be shown in this first match?
And we didn't really get a great gauge on how good the South Korean roster was in the initial qualifiers because of just the sheer talent they have on their roster. They was kind of messing around, playing some off roles, playing some strange heroes. So I think they're going to take it a little bit more seriously now, and we will get that first gauge of these players because as much as there is some historical play from South Korea, they have they had a lot of players who were part of the Dallas Fuel 2022 championship, and then a couple of players from the Atlanta Reign. Like, these guys are sort of a hodgepodge of a lot of different teams in the past, but we know how talented they are, and now Colombia is going to have to face that synergy. With Fearless in as first as well, I'm curious to see what Korea is going to run.
Yeah, especially on Mecha Base first. Colombia, from what we know, only Drummer and Cersei have Contenders experience, but like I said before, it is so hard to get on a team in Contenders South America back in the day when you're competing against, I would say the best region being Brazil when it comes to South America. Colombia, Argentina have been up there, but there are players, there are people that play with so much fire in their soul, and it's great to see them here. They're going to be on the Orisa, which we'll see if the Spears will be enough to lock down Fearless.
So Colombia is going to want to move together as a unit, play tight, and utilize the healing of the Lucio and the Baptiste, while Korea, they're just going to be looking to find individual picks, find a punch, get the empowered punch. And you can see the backline of South Korea just sort of rotating around, but Hug is the first one to fall to fielder.
The backline evaporates and Sparkle's behind there on one of his signature heroes, so that's when you know that South Korea is just not messing around. And with a flawless first fight at that, South Korea will get the cap first.
Yeah, South Korea absolutely not messing around with this composition, playing it flawlessly. Colombia just weren't even close to closing the distance into the South Korean roster before they had someone fall, and Drummer is going to switch over to the Soldier themselves, maybe give themselves a little bit of an off angle, put some more pressure out, but they have to get out of these doors first.
Okay, trying to juke and go through the opposite door, maybe running after Lip, who already sees that fire coming, so disengages. That's a big anti thrown by Fielder. Look who comes charging in. It's Sparkle on the Duke Darissa, tossing as Colombia are just living through a nightmare. That is a huge Darissa ult, and South Korea wiped the floor with them.
Yeah, South Korea and Sparkle specifically doing a great job going very early, stuffing Colombia in, and once Sparkle got that Terror Surge, it was over. There's nothing Colombia can do stuck in a small room. So now South Korea, with only one ultimate, able to win another team fight as Colombia tries the same door once again.
It's crazy that the first ultimate in the game is Sparkle, of course, when he does that much work in the backline. Colombia will have to watch their backs, but now they're watching the high ground, looking at Sparkle up there, forcing flight out. Fearless can jump up from behind. He's got the nano too. Drummer's got his best sneakers on, trying to run away, but he's not looking behind him, and he's gonna pay dearly for that. Super Gomez on the Sarissa has been looking in front, just frontlining, bulldozing everything, but not really looking at the flankers. South Korea, I don't even know if they've had a death yet.
Yeah, we did just see Chio fall, but it feels like Fearless has an invisibility cloak on as he's just running down Drummer on the Soldier. Because they can't spend their time wasting shooting at the Doomfist because there's just too much damage coming up from the Echo and the Soldier. So Colombia is playing it correctly, they just haven't been able to execute, and it's going to be difficult against the caliber of players of South Korea. They're just putting out so much damage. Now 93% and counting, ultimates coming up for Colombia. This has to be the time, but Hug falls.
You lost your main healer immediately. The sound barrier of Mixby evaporates, and Colombia didn't even have a chance to use their ultimates before the fight is just gone. You had to try and bait South Korea towards you with the Blizzard, but South Korea just won with range damage only. And now it's what, Chio's second death? Way to go, Chio. Way to drag the team down. 100-0 ends for South Korea on Mega Base.
Hey, Chio's just giving Colombia a little bit of confidence, you know? Give them an opportunity to sort of like feel out the land, and I think that is an important takeaway here for Colombia as their players, you know, sit down in this first match is just get comfortable, shake off some of those nerves. There isn't that big expectation that you're going to be able to win versus South Korea. The matches that you need to win are against Mexico and Finland in your next two matches. So this is a great opportunity to get a feel for everything, get a feel for playing on land, get your comms in order because you're playing on new desks, you're playing all that type of stuff. They obviously have a clear strategy of wanting to play this Orisa or now switching over to the Sigma. They want to play as a unit. They don't want to be playing that dive style.
It's just how fast South Korea are playing. Colombia have to be ready to counter-rotate, which we saw some inklings of on Mecha Base. But now on Sanctuary, they'll have to do even more running, which I'm sure that's why Drummer is on the Soldier to begin with. But with Cersei on the Mei, who were you hoping to isolate? Especially this Blizzard, is it going to have the value they hope for? Or is it going to be towards Fearless? Can you even get close to Fielder and Chio? For now, the battle of the hit scans on the pack side, but Drummer is gone.
Mixv switches over to the Illari to sort of give themselves more damage. They're trying to play slow, but Fearless sniffs out that flank, and as soon as he heads over there to help out Lip, there's just nothing that the Colombian squad can do, and that's going to be a decisive first fight win for South Korea.
At least Colombia got in the right position on the pack side, but yeah, Lip versus Drummer, that is a tough matchup to go up against.
Oh, I think there's a lot of tough matchups when you face this South Korea squad. They have the best support line in the world, they have the best DPS players in the world, and they have Fearless and Hanbin, a storied tank duo in the past of Overwatch 1 to face off against. There is no easy matchup against this South Korean roster.
Ooh, Hug and Mixby are just dead, and I didn't even see where they were. I think they were trying to stay in LOS of Super Gomez, who obviously wants to play aggressively to make the space, of course, but South Korea are just not letting them breathe at all.
Yeah, they're just being so oppressive, and that's why Colombia did switch over to this Doomfist, trying to give themselves some more space, maybe can play a little bit faster. Just need to try and keep that backline alive. You can see how far away Hug has to play. They're just so terrified of stepping up into the trap of South Korea.
Right, Colombia managed to sneak through the right side, but Super Gomez is taking a lot of damage. Reconnecting there with Hug is a good start. Not getting first blooded is good, and Sparkle duplicates the Tracer. Also one of his better heroes. Super Gomez gets punched off as he was trying to LOS away, and Fearless meteor strikes into the supports. South Korea are relentless.
Silver lining, what? Okay, Sparkle having a little bit of troll trying to take Fielder down, but can't do it. But silver lining for Colombia, that was 3 ultimates from South Korea, but Mixby takes a toe out of the spawn door and gets absolutely obliterated as now Fielder's taking names.
Okay, Mixby is still missing, so Hog is the only healer, and the Nano maybe could have been thrown to Super Gomez while he was just, well, in the thick of it, but if Colombia's supports can't leave spawn, there's a bigger problem to address.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is they can't even get into a clean fight. Hug's just in a corner against the Nano Fearless Doomfist. 95% and counting. Is anyone going to even be able to get close to touch? Doesn't seem like it. And South Korea, easy as it can be for them.
200-0. And one of the things we wanted to see in this match is, are there any weaknesses to South Korea? Can Colombia win a fight? How do they talk to each other? How do they coordinate when they're constantly on the back foot? And we both know that control, the first fight, is so important. Who is defending? Who is attacking? And Colombia having issues just getting out of spawn, having to make space, and have to deal with flankers of South Korea constantly. It's a true test facing these players.
And you can see Cersei as the person on your left here for Team Colombia trying to work out what map you go to. You scratch his chin. What map gives us the best opportunity to win a map? And he's thinking, he's trying and cooking, but it's going to be difficult. Obviously on Escort and Hybrid, there's opportunities to play your own style, but with the flexibility of the South Korean roster, it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, just a reminder that map 2 can be Escort or Hybrid, so I'm sure Cersei is crossing out every map that he can, but Mecha Base was so disgusting from Sparkle, who generated the first ultimate of the game of the duplicate, running them over with the Terra Surge. Like, Sparkle was easily my MVP of round 1.
Oh, absolutely. Sparkle was flawless in his round. This Terra Surge was just nasty. As soon as he popped that one, it's like, where do you go from there? Triple kill Terra Surge, unconventional ultimate to get that much value. But then Fearless on the Doomfist as well. One of his picks that he's just been exceptional at lately, just winning that diff of the Doomfist against Super Gomez.
And you're not even safe if you're a support. And I feel that you're not safe in spawn, you're not safe behind a wall, but how will you do on this next map? This is Colombia's choice. And with a 200-0 statement from South Korea, I'm sure you just got to go to the map that you are the most confident in. And for Colombia, that's Blizzard World.
Yeah, but you know, it's difficult to know why they want to go to Blizzard World. Hopefully we'll see some signs of what they want to play. It seems like they want to play that clumped up style with the Orisa, the Lucio Baptiste, and trying to counter dive that of South Korea. Didn't work well on Busan. Maybe it'll work better on Blizzard World.
We'll see if the power of friendship will help Colombia on this next map. Stay tuned after the break. Team South Korea are up 1-0 on match point against Colombia, burying them 6 feet under after how Busan went. But hey, it's Colombia's choice now. Let's see where they want to go. Oh yeah, it was Blizzard World, and they have a substitute too to help out.
Yeah, you know, there's substitutions coming from both sides. You know, it's both teams just sort of getting a feel for themselves. We're gonna have Hanbin come in. You know, it's pretty nice to have the luxury of having Fearless play a world-class Doomfist and then take them out and put Hanbin in. Maybe we'll see the South Korea play a more traditional style of what a lot of other teams have been playing with the Sigma and the Bastion. We know this is a composition that was very popular in the Overwatch League just recently.
I almost don't recognize Sparkle without his glasses on. I think I was like, that doesn't look like him, but why? It's the glasses. But here's the lineup once again. We have some subs and changes on the Columbia side. Happy Alonso on tank, and Super Gomez has moved over to DPS over Cersei.
Cersei, as the coach player, has benched themselves. You know, like, you know what? I don't think I was cutting the mustard. It's time to bench myself, put someone in, and obviously just giving people as much opportunity to play as well. And, you know, see if Colombia, maybe this sub is the secret sauce that they needed to sort of get the advantage over South Korea. I'd be shocked if it is, but you never know.
Yeah, with the Doomfist differential that existed on Busan, hopefully we're going to see something different on Blizzard World, at least Colombia. That's what they're hoping for. With Hanbin in the lineup, I'm sure. We go to Blizzard World where, well, the meta has been so different in World Cup, obviously, since Overwatch League Finals, but it's also depending on what the team's preferences are.
Yeah, and in general, in the World Cup, this used to be a historical thing back in the day, is like teams, they don't have these robust rosters. A lot of these teams generally just play to their own strengths. You know, we saw Australia, they wanted to play Cupra on the Reinhardt because that's where they feel comfortable. We've seen other teams wanting to play Dive, they don't want to play Sigma. There isn't going to be a standardized meta for the rest of this Overwatch World Cup because teams just want to play to their own strengths, and that's how you find these advantages. Because not only are you playing to your own strengths, it can be difficult for other teams to know how to play against you because every team and every player plays a different way.
Well, we just heard from our insider Unknown that Team South Korea are going to play a La Seraphim strat of Diva, Tracer, Sombra, Break, Kiriko. So...
Whoa, yo, can we give them all the skins as well? Let's just find a way to give them access, and we'll just play the music video over the entire gameplay the whole time. Honestly, you can mute us at this point, and you can just do that, and I'd be okay with it.
I play the song on repeat.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited to see them in person at BlizzCon.
It's gonna be awesome.
Are Colombia going to be excited to see those heroes on the other side? Maybe. Maybe they're counterable.
It could be a good strategy. Honestly, that composition isn't too bad. You got Brig Kiriko on the back line. You got, you know, Sombra, Tracer. It can work. Diva on the tank. Hanbin can do it. If anyone can do it, it's going to be Hanbin. So honestly, I hope Unknown doesn't lie to us, the fans.
Oh God, did he get lied to? We'll find out on the attack. But South Korea have chosen to also attack, so we'll get at least a whole round going. But it's match point for South Korea, Colombia. Gotta hope that these changes will affect their success. They're going back to the May, though, which I didn't love on Busan, but it's a different map, I guess.
It looks like we're getting almost there to the Les Seraphim setup. We'll see if they're going to go for it. I know Lip, you know, he's loved Sombra for so long. He's probably one of the best Sombras in the world historically. Kid's obviously been trained dramatically lately. We haven't seen, I believe, almost any Sombra. I think France is the only team to really pick that one up a little bit. And there it is. Fielder speeds them out, and there we go. We got the squad.
All right, everyone, get in the truck. We're going to the concert. Fielder's got the speed. I don't even remember what Brig did, but man, Colombia are just not letting the music play on, though. They just collapsed right into them. Also, along with the Bastion, which is not supposed to be as mobile and as in your face as Super Gomez is playing, but hey, he was a tank for a reason. He's frontlining.
This is going way worse than it did in the music video. That's all I'm saying, is we're going to see Lip is going to force the Colombian squad to fall back to the point because he's sort of applying some backline pressure. Hanbin's coming back, but that was a great first rush from Colombia. Seeing the squad of South Korea run into them. That's what you need to do when you're the Reinhardt. Be proactive.
Colombia trying to take the initiative, and Sombra's a lot more different than when Lip played it before. So this will be a lot more challenging for him, and the kills are still following through for South Korea, because you know Sparkle just casually getting a 2K. was easily the MVP of Busan, and the only one that could kill Sparkle was Sparkle himself when he had to pulse bomb his own feet, but yeah.
Hey, you know, Sparkle is the only person who can beat Sparkle. We've seen that in the past within the Overwatch League, but that's going to be a pretty good and quick first cap from South Korea. And now Colombia, they have to keep the foot on the gas. They have to keep going. Just like LeSeraphim in the music video, they are the ones who have to go proactive.
Yes. South Korea hoping for a perfect night, and for Lip, and so it is. That's a 4-man EMP, backhands Mixby, and Colombia gotta hope they can escape with their lives, and Happy Alonso, very sad to have to just keep his shield up and hope that his team gets out, but Team South Korea also have to push the cart, so they've let him escape.
Yeah, they've let him escape, and it's interesting to get a look at the Sombra for the first time, you know, or at least, you know, get a good look at it in competitive, because there's been mixed reviews of the new Sombra rework. Obviously, you have that virus that you can put on people, and the hacks aren't as effective, so it's a lot more of a poke hero where you're just trying to put out pressure and just be disruptive, but you're not as much of an assassin as you used to be.
And there's Kitsune rush right into the Ant Matrix, so South Korea don't want to run into their own death. I like that Hanbin's trying to push people down from that bridge, and there's the Blizzard thrown in South Korea's face, and this is enough to freeze Hanbin, but he has to self-destruct. He has a second life, but I can't say the same for Colombia. Happy Alonso gets blown up along with all the dominoes behind him, and Team South Korea will be capping point B.
Yeah, Hug just falls first. As soon as they lose all that healing, there's just no way they can stand up to the amount of damage that Korea has. And once again, Lip is just charging up another EMP, and they've got him trapped in this old spawn.
Uh-oh. Colombia, they're really good at running away, though. Team South Korea, it's a game of cat and mouse, and they're on the hunt. And they managed to lose Fielder somehow, and Hanbin will be forced to use self-destruct if he wants another life. And still is killing people in pilot form, so Team South Korea just can't be stopped.
They're just too dominant. They just put out so much damage, and their pre-existing synergy of when they used to play together in the Overwatch League is really coming through. And now Colombia, they do have ultimates. We have Happy Alonso with the Earth Shatter. This one could be huge and get them into the fight.
Colombia were able to just take initiative at the start of this map, but they run right into the EMP, and somehow Lip is still able to translocate out. Here's the Shatter that only gets Lip down on his back, and Colombia can't take advantage of this, but they got the Photon Barrier to split up the fight, so maybe Happy Alonso can swing a bit more, but he can't swing in heaven. Mixby with the Sound Barrier is a little too late, and Colombia tried to make the most out of this moment, now committing the Ant Matrix. It's not enough damage into South Korea. Colombia fall yet again.
Yeah, just all of their ultimates just a little wrong. The Sound Barrier just doesn't save Happy Alonso. The Shatter not really finding the value. Now they're desperation mode. They need to get on the cart, and they will.
Colombia managed to touch, and South Korea
the rush is a problem.
Re-engage with the Kitsune rush. The Maywall only slows them down. You gotta hope that this Blizzard from Jumper comes online soon. But Team South Korea are killing them, and they've even pushed them off the card. 3 minutes and 43 is what Team South Korea will ring in.
And for a lot of our new viewers, there's a lot of reason why, you know, a lot of us analysts have been hyping up Team South Korea just because of, as a region, they've been some of the strongest Overwatch players in the world, and you're starting to see a masterclass of it right now. Colombia, they were good in the qualifiers to get into this group stage. They went 5-0 in their group, but so far, even against South Korea playing a composition that you would say is not technically meta, unless you're trying to be a K-pop group, then Colombia just still can't even hold up to that. And that's the sheer power of the South Korea, because Colombia, they're doing the right things, they have the right idea, just nothing's working.
I think the true crime is that Mercy is not part of the Seraphim, the skins. You imagine? We'd be having like 300k viewers if that was the case.
If we had a Mercy LeSeraphim skin right now, we'd be the most popular game in the world. But hey, you know, we're giving some other people some time in the sun. Honestly, the skins have been awesome. All right, let's just take a detour right now. Lemon, which one's your favorite skin of the LeSeraphim drop?
Oh, I gotta say Diva. She's just looking so groovy, and she's so cute. And I'm glad that she saved everyone from the car crash by using her mech to lift up the van. Because, you know, we just almost kind of drove into the ocean there, but
honestly,
so thanks, Kiriko.
My biggest issue with the entire music video is the tracer recall doesn't work like that. That's not lore accurate.
So true.
And, you know, I feel like someone needs to step in when these types of things happen.
So how do you forget your tickets to the concert? That's probably the most expensive thing in the world. But can rely on at least attending this point. We'll see if South Korea have enough in them to full hold like they did before on control. Now Colombia have made their way to the top right. Super Gomez missing in action. And Sabra is much more difficult to play. You're going to see her die a lot more than before. And I guess with the rest of Colombia, they can hold hands and spawn.
Oh, Fielder's just taking names right now on this Kiriko, just going so aggressive, finding headshots. And Happy Alonso is going to find it very difficult to play Winston into this composition from South Korea. And that's why you're going to see, once again, wholesale swaps over to the Reinhardt. If they can play together, potentially they can punish some of the aggression from some of these individual players from South Korea.
Team South Korea holding Colombia at bay. Here's the teleport from Colombia to get to the top right. And a lot of speed being used. Happy Alonso, though, wants to play conservatively, hold the shield up as much as he can, and he can't keep South Korea at bay. And that's a 3K stick from Lip. Say goodbye to Colombia.
And that was just, once again, Colombia caught in a small room against an ultimate, and it was just perfect from Lip. Goes on to Mixby, I believe, and just delivers it to the rest of his team. That was a great strategy from Colombia, though. They punished Chio. They're doing the right things. It's just great, better play from Lip.
And good ice block, good shield from Happy Alonso. Now changing up the strategy. Colombia want to go through this left side to have as much cover as possible. Also choose a route that Team South Korea aren't holding, at least for the moment. Kitsune Rush is available for Fielder. This could be what kicks off the fight for them, but is Colombia going to want to teleport to that top right side again? They see Hanbin there, hoping to use an Ant Matrix too. Kitsune Rush plus EMP. Colombia are just trying to touch the point. They're all so low, and Team South Korea are hunting them down one by one, and the Ant Matrix still not enough to even get a single kill.
Just walking into the trap from Sparkle as soon as they tried to cross that distance. Perfectly timed EMP from Sparkle. It potentially might have been the biggest immortality field I've ever seen in my life from Hug, but they just couldn't get the health bars back up there. And now with a minute 30 remaining, Colombia still coming up with nothing, and Hug falls, just trying to walk out of spawn.
Hug has to be the most bullied person in this lobby, even on Busan. Just getting killed in spawn. Colombia are still stuck there. Team South Korea, just, I don't know if they've even died, but through this whole defense, Colombia, are they going to change their comp? They're working up to some ultimates,
They can't.
Probably not.
They have to hold on to it. They need to hope that these ultimates are going to be enough. They just need to find a way to get the engagement in their favor. Hug almost gets one clip by Lip there, and that's a great pick. Now, all they need to do is get onto the point. They need to apply pressure to South Korea, but be careful because you know there's going to be pressure. Great TP from Colombia getting towards this point, not allowing Korea to pick them off on the I guess, trek to the point.
Not even a first tick. Okay, there it is. Hanbin was trying to contest. Lip will be back very shortly. Colombia being almost too patient with their ultimates. They should have taken an initiative like we liked them to do before with that sound barrier, but it came in too late. Didn't save Drummer, and now things are in shambles. Team South Korea with the rally gets shattered down by Happy Alonso, and Team South Korea, they thrive in this chaos, and Colombia are still trying to get organized. And Happy Alonso is able to trade with Lip, but Colombia only got 57%, which won't be enough. Colombia got a hope to touch around the corner. Is this Lucio of Mixby, who's getting hacked and shoved out by Hanbin? It was a blizzard from... No, it actually
EMP'd away.
EMP'd.
Insult to injury there for Colombia, and just not able to stand up against South Korea. Just showing a masterclass of Overwatch at the highest level in Colombia. You know, you can see them themselves. There's a couple of smiles on their face. It's a great opportunity to play against the players of the caliber of South Korea. And they had their moments from time to time, but for the most part, just a dominant win.
I'm just glad that Team South Korea are showing us a new meta. The Le Seraphim meta, I'm so down. I don't know how this will go at the main event, but Team South Korea continue to be the team to beat. And man, they really did beat down Colombia too, even going to the spawn room doors, not letting them get out, constantly flanking them, and that's something that Colombia really struggled with.
Yeah, and when you have players with such individual confidence like South Korea, you see Hugs is walking out of spawn, surrounded by the rest of his team, and then he almost gets one clip by the Tracer of Lip, and that's, how do you deal with that? How do you handle that? And you just don't at that end of the day. And Colombia, you have to hope that you go on to better matches, right? You are always pretty much going to lose that match. Take that, move on to the next ones because you need to win the next 2 matches. Otherwise, you're not going to BlizzCon.
I'm just looking forward to seeing just how the representation of South America goes, because there's Brazil that are looking good. Of course, team we just casted, I'm like blanking, Colombia, also put on a good show today. I don't think they were going to put a dent against South Korea, but how will they do against their fellow competition? It'll be exciting to see just how South America highlight themselves, because Team Brazil have been exciting to see before. But I'm excited to also hear from the desk, who are, I'm sure, very happy with their predictions. So let's hear from them.
Thank you so much, Costa and Lemon. South Korea rolling out with the Seraphim Com and making everyone out there very happy. It worked out pretty well for them as well. So, you know, will they use it against teams which may be a little tougher to beat? Probably not. Are we happy to have seen it?
Come on.
Absolutely.
Come on.
They do not have to, Danny.
It's gonna be the new meta. It's gonna be the new Seraphim meta.
No.
All right, everyone in gold, watch out. We're gonna roll out like that.
Gold,
What a squad, what a squad. According to gold players, there is.
Yeah. Okay.
Source, I'm a gold player.
I apologize. Okay. Sorry.
It's okay, that's okay. I'll forgive you. And I feel like Colombia also forgives South Korea for the absolute beatdown that they just got handed. Because quite frankly, if you looked at the player cams, Colombia players were happy.
They were happy to be there. They're like, hey, we tried, you know?
I know,
we
they were
our
still
best.
like, they exchanged the fist bumps, they had smiles on their faces, they discussed what was happening, they were able to laugh about it, and that's the spirit. That's what I want to see in the Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah.
It is a competition, yes, but it's a friendly competition. It's so fun to be able to measure up against some of the greats of the industry. We have so many star players, which a lot of those players in various different teams, they don't usually get to play against them.
Right.
Be that because they're in different regions or just, you know, on a different, don't want to say skill level, but that's kind of what it is, right?
I mean,
so this is a great opportunity.
You gotta set your expectations right, and I feel like Colombia did that in this series. Look, if you're like an aspiring pro player, or you know you're trying to compete even in tier 2 or whatever, like getting to play a team like South Korea is still like a huge honor or like opportunity, because like as you said, like you don't get to play these players that often. So just being able to play them, even though you know you're most likely to lose and it's gonna look pretty bad, that's a great opportunity. So. Colombia, they set their expectations right, and obviously that's not their opponent to beat here in Group A. They have to look towards Finland and Mexico later this week.
Yeah,
absolutely. So here you can take a look at the groups with the current standings. We did get to see a lot of great competitive Overwatch, I feel like, today. I think there were a lot of teams which really impressed us, which really showed up. And some of them not as expected. And a lot of them, if you're looking at the score, like the way Brazil played today, yes, they lost, but it was a quality loss. So it actually showed that they can hang. They did play very close. They did exceed expectations in a lot of the way they performed today. And of course, Japan being able to take that France in a pretty convincing fashion. They looked so good, so cohesive. The synergy was there and a lot of individual talent, which just made it so very exciting. So I am looking forward to so much more of that, as this was just day one. But that means that we have some takeaways, right? What did we learn? What excited us? What made us happy? Danny, you go first.
What made me happy? You guys all know it. We love K-pop. K-pop's the new meta. The Le Seraphim meta. I think that's how Lemon called it. I just love it. I think that's the perfect name. With the release of the collab and now the Team Korea, with K-pop idols, and now there's Team South Korea sort of like, go hand in hand. They're like promoting them at the same time. But it was, at the end of the day, I guess my big takeaway is that South Korea, yes, they can play anything and they will still beat the opponent. They're that good.
Yeah. Look, I mean, they're playing Mexico later this week, right? Maybe they'll bring it out again.
Bring it back.
Oh, 100%. Please, Team South Korea. Like, I'll be so sad if this is the last time we saw the Le Seraphim comp.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
I think there are more times that we're gonna see this in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like they have what it takes to commit to the bids. Now, Johnny, what was your personal highlight of day one?
Look, I only got one prediction wrong today, and it was Great Britain. I underestimated Great Britain, okay? And I promise I won't do it again. Backbone came out, played a great online, our very first match of the day here, supporting J. Carter on the Winston, of course. And so I think that Great Britain, this is one of those teams that they've been here in the World Cup before. Not necessarily all of these players, you know, some of them are rookies here in the World Cup, but the coaching staff as well. You got Tasmo, of course, as a staff member of this team, but then you also have Christopher with all the experience, you know, competing at the highest level in Overwatch before. So I'm not sleeping on Great Britain. If there's going to be a recipe for, you know, advancing far in the World Cup and making it deep into the playoffs, Great Britain, they'll probably like discover the recipe. Like they'll probably just find the technology. They'll develop the strats. All right, so they'll get there. I have faith in the coaching staff and the players, of course, to make it deep. So Great Britain, I'm not sleeping on them moving forward.
Is this because Tasma called you out on socials?
No, actually, I didn't even interact with the tweet. I'm just like, well, you get this every time. You get used to it. You can't ever be right, okay? I tried to pander to Canada. Instead, Great Britain, they come at me like there's no winning. There's no winning. I tried to make everyone happy. It can't make everyone happy. Sorry.
That's true. Lemon also she led you astray with this one.
Yeah, she did.
During our rehearsals, you did say Great Britain is going to take it, and then you flopped. So Lemon, big shout out right there. Shouldn't have flopped. Sometimes the flop just ain't worthy. Sometimes it is though. I was just about to say sometimes it is though, because the Japan prediction was some Giga Brain stuff, and they're definitely one of the teams which really impressed. And if we're looking at the groups overall, I feel like coming into this, we had a clear idea of what teams we think are going to come out on top of each group. But honestly, based on some of the performances we got to see today, that may have changed. I do think that especially Group D for me is now wide open. Like United States, yes, we still consider them the favorite. Alas, Saudi Arabia, we know that team has a lot of synergy. We know they have a lot of really great players. France, they looked a bit frazzled. Japan, however, looked really, really good. So that changes things up. Brazil making Group B even more competitive, even harder to predict. So once one of the other Commonwealth teams has to face off against Brazil, I think they have to study up on some bots, because Brazil really came to play. And for Group C, we did expect Thailand to come out on top, but we haven't seen Spain yet. So it's going to be very interesting to see where they find themselves. Overall, I feel like this is a very competitive group stage, and that makes me so excited and so happy for more.
Yeah, I mean, especially Group D, like you said, it's wide open. But with France taking that loss today, essentially, it'll be a must-win match against the United States tomorrow. So, you know, even though it's just day 2 tomorrow, we're still getting to the point where, like, these are crucial matches if you want to advance to the playoffs later this week.
Yeah, because we already discussed Group B, right? Like, it was so important for Great Britain to win that match against Canada, because they don't want to find themselves in the second seed, because that would mean that they most likely are going to face up against South Korea in the playoffs. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, not playoffs, in the brackets. And let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. First, one more day of 6 matches coming your way. We have a lot of great teams facing off against each other. We get to see a first look on some teams we have not seen playing today. Which one are you guys excited for? Starting with you, Danny.
I gotta say, the reigning champions, USA versus France. France taking the loss today against Japan. You know, they really, like Johnny said, they really need to get that win against USA tomorrow. But it is a very tough opponent.
I think. Look, I know we're supposed to pick one, but I think there's like plenty of good ones here. Spain, Thailand, that's going to be really important for the outcome of the groups. Canada, Australia, 2 of the better teams, of course, in Group B. So like, there's a lot on the line here. Japan, Saudi Arabia, like these are really important matches between even.
Just pick one.
I refuse. I refuse to pick one match. I pick 3.
Honestly,
team from China?
No. Pick 4. Mexico,
I get it
Colombia.
though.
Yeah.
Honestly, there's actually so many banger games tomorrow. Today felt a bit like a stroll through to Overwatch, but I feel like tomorrow these scores can look a lot closer. At least that's what we're hoping for. For now, though, we are done with day number 1 of the Overwatch World Cup 2023. Of course, we will be back with more action tomorrow. You just saw the schedule. Tune in. Schedule. That's how the word is pronounced. Schedule even. So make sure to tune in again for all the action. 10:45 a.m. PT. We will be back. So for now, relax, stay hydrated, take care of yourself, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. Take care.
Bye.
All right. So, from the look of it, we got like, even though we already seen it, I was checking stuff out. We got all that pretty much done. Like, well, the amount we got done, we got at least the sprays. So that's gonna be fun. Get my camera back on. So I need to play Overwatch. Anyone else dead? If I got messages, nope. I'm good right now. Where you at? Okay. Alright, capture card. Here. So now, actually, games. Sitting there, I was watching that, and I dozed off a couple of times, so I missed some shit. But that's because, when you're watching something and you're not playing a game, bored. But like I was bored. It was very interesting though. I did like the comp near the end, like how they were calling it the Seraphim, whatever it is, comp, because recent music video that came out for it and everything. I gotta warm up. But I gotta grab my headset. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick too, but we'll be right back. Shouldn't take me long. Alrighty. I get my headset. I don't even want it on just yet. The only reason why I usually have it on TV remote is just to be able to. Damn. Something got fucking broken there. I could hear it rattling around. And again, I've dropped that remote so many times, I'm surprised it didn't break. Like, entirely. And I use it to also... That's weird. I got lights for my LEDs. I can use it to switch my LEDs. Like, I can make it more green. That's white. What was that? 6? Nope, that's green. 9. It's like orange. I can just use it to fuck with my LEDs. And it's a TV remote. And you're like, what the hell, you know? Why? Why? Just, it does? It's just, I don't know. Same frequency I'm on assume for everything else. So I'm like, fuck. Ooh. I fucked up that. Ooh. Oh. Oh. I'm so good. Look at that. Oh. Oh, yeah. So I still got to get my Halloween prop done. I'm working on something over here for the haunted house. I really should get that done. But I can get it done literally, like in like today. Or like the rest of the night, whatever. It'll only take me like a couple hours or so. Not really too difficult. But still, I think really the only difficult part I just gotta do is like try to fucking add more of the detailing. But the way I gotta detail it is actually with markers, and I don't really ever color or detail or anything with markers. It's just colored pencils and drawing. But damn. All right. You gotta wake up. I don't feel like I'm hitting a lot of my phrases. Damn it. Fucking turret, that's getting annoying, bro. Dude, that soldier is not okay. The dude is a top 500 challenger on our team as Sojourn. It is what it is. Lucky I can tap. Fuck. No! Oh god. Just kill shit. Please, just start killing shit. Actually start landing the shots and kill shit. Like, DPS. I know you guys are getting hit. You guys just gotta start fucking killing shit. Start damaging shit and everything, bro. We only can do so much. Got this. Genji, you need to come to us. Or not. Okay, thank you, Genji. You got us killed. You got us killed. We were sitting there trying to fucking heal you. Like, goddamn, bro. You fucking... Literally, or Genji's fucking stupid. He don't fucking come to the support. He runs away from him. His own fucking stupidity. Play someone else that sticks with the fucking team then if you can't fucking get heals from your own fucking teammates, bro. No, Rom. Oh my god. I hate my tank. 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 He fucking kept running from the support. Oh my god, bro. I've died 5 times trying to heal these dumbasses. They either run away from the support or they just fucking go out of my sight. Like, I get it. You guys want to fucking push up shit, but fucking stick with your fucking support. That's your fucking backbone right now, bro. If you can't keep your fucking support alive, you guys ain't getting shit done. Like right now, where the fuck's my tank? Where the fuck? Okay. I'm not getting a damn thing fucking done right now, bro. No one's like... Jesus fucking Christ, bro. No, like... I could not do shit. No one was fucking... killing the goddamn DPS. Like, no one was killing the fucking damage. Like, Soldier fucking was just rocking house. No one was killing him. We had a Sojourn Genji that could not kill a fucking... first game. Wow, that was fucking bad, bro. They should have fucking... at least been able to fucking diff the fucking Soldier. Or was one thing, because of his fucking turret. Other than that, he has to be able to land his shots. It's fucking projectile based. Soldiers is direct. You're allowing a Soldier 76 to fucking work on your fucking backline, and no one was killing him. And then on top of that, we were overextended, leaving the support fucking behind to fend for themselves. The tank was playing stupid, was playing ROM against fucking Doom, and didn't even try to swap. Oh, Ramatra's great. No, motherfucker. Ramatra's only good against a fucking Reinhardt. Against fucking Flyers. He ain't good against a Doomfist. The only thing he can do is stop his little fucking jumps. That's about it. And it's only for a split second. And once you get fucking punched, you're done. You're fucked. Like, oh my god, dude. That fucking tank was stupid as shit. Didn't go Orisa to counter the fucking stupid ass Doomfist. Like, oh my god. And that top 500 is playing fucking Sojourn. How are you not killing shit? Sojourn is like one of the easiest fucking damage in the fucking game because you literally just look and shit dies. Like, simple. Simple as that. Shit. Oh, you got the fucking stupid ass idiot again, too. I got these two fucking morons again. No one. Dude. Oh, you finally swapping something else? Holy fuck. You're actually learning somewhat. What is our fucking DPS doing? Fucking idiot, bro. Like, you're sitting there, you're making me throw my pylon in, like, the dumbest fucking places. Why didn't you take stealth breather right quick, bro? Out of that. I'm avoiding these two fucking dumbasses, bro. For one being on top 500 and shit. Neither one know how to fucking... one doesn't know how to be actually a top 500 player. He just got diffed! He just got diffed by a diamond! Are you kidding me? Fucking... Is he actually gonna start trying now? Because, like, Jesus fucking Christ. I've died twice, but... Y'all, like, get out of my fucking position, like, out of my LOS, and you guys just expect me to fucking be there with y'all. Y'all have no support until, like, I get there. Well, until we get there, because, like, we died and no one was helping us in the fucking back. We just kept saying fuck everything else. Notice how they start playing counter towards us? You notice how they start playing counter towards us? Like, they fucking know how to beat us. Like, it's because our team don't know what the fuck they're doing. I am not gonna keep sitting here doing this shit. Like, bunch of brain dead fucking morons. Like, they just leave their fucking back line wide open. They, like, I don't know what the fuck the Hog's doing. He's going in against an Orisa and an Ana. So you're literally countered 2 ways from fucking Sunday on here. And you're expecting help? Like, bro. Oh my god, bro. No. Why I don't have a headset on right now, because if I had a headset on, I'd be cussing these dumb motherfuckers out. You got a top 500 that can't fucking do shit, allowing his backline to get fucking killed, and a tank that's fucking playing like a goddamn brain dead fucking moron, getting hard countered by every single motherfucking thing. Like, I don't understand, bro. This is the second game. I had 2 of you fucking brain dead fucktards that can't fucking do shit. There's like someone behind me. No one is killing anything! Like, that's a problem, bro. No one is killing anything. I don't know, bro. This is a fucking GG. I'm dead. Yep. That was fucking deplorable. Literally, it is a fucking hassle to fucking play support when you have people that run away from you. You have people that can't stay grouped up, especially characters that can't go out and flank. And a tank that doesn't know how to counter shit. You went Roadhog and they swapped to an Orisa and he got fucking diffed. Not only did he have countered by, he got countered by the fucking Orisa, he got countered by an Ana. So he wasn't getting any shred of fucking healing. And he didn't even use his fucking shit at the right fucking time. His fucking self heal. He didn't use take a breather at the correct times that prevented fucking damage. He fucked up more than anything. If he's gonna play a tank, I recommend him only playing tanks that are easy to fucking play. Like, if he's gonna play anyone, play fucking Reinhardt. Obviously, he can't fucking play the other tanks without fucking up. Play Sigma. Sigma is pretty simple, but he's really strong and good. Fucking play Orisa, for fuck's sakes. Like, literally, all you do as Orisa, you shoot, you spear, you shoot, and then you got the little spinny fucking javelin, you keep shooting, you hide around cover to take less damage, but he didn't do that. He kept going out straight in the public, though, with even fucking Roadhog. That tank was bad, and that Sojourn that we had was just even worse, bro. Like, you're sitting here telling me an individual fucking, like, the individual such as that, this top 500 could not kill shit. 2 games in a row. Could not. They got fucking boosted. They didn't fucking sit there and grind and get that shit. No, they got fucking boosted. Like, fucking hard. They bought a fucking boosted account and then just went and played on it. Like, oh, I'm at this rank. Motherfucker, you are not at that rank. I will say that shit right the fuck now. You're playing like you're fucking bronze, bro. You're like, you know, you're fucking worse than bronze. You were fucking wet paper bag. Like, you could not hit your shots. You allowed your fucking back line to die, and you were fucking awful. How did I miss all that? I don't know. Fucking Kiriko, bro. I'm like, god damn. They're hitting more heals than what I'm hitting right now. Did it. A game where actually people can do shit. Reliable tank, DPS, and the other support. I'm not like all the way awake. I should be more awake than this. I'm not. Achi. Oh, that's sad now. I'm saying, Paul. Oh, there's soldier left. Bro, stop dying. What the fuck? Looks like they got monkey. They do. They got a wind ton. They got a wind ton. They got a wind ton. Stop spectating. What the fuck? Oh, someone on our team left. Okay. Oh, our other support. Oh, fuck. I'll start getting countered by one, if not two things. Get out of the bubbles. Or just stay in it long enough to die. Terrific, you know. Damn. Did I finally get the skin? Oh my god. Got the skin. Hooray. Alright, since you just joined, I'm giving it to you automatically, and I'm giving it to Tank, because our Tank did very, very good. Now we got the best Hanzo skin. That's how you do it. What? T-pose. Motherfucker, T-posing. Like, ooh, damn. You know what? Headset on. Don't get it on. Let me see if I hear any suspicious activities behind over yonder, you know? Ugh. Damn, he's already about fucked anyways. Holy shit. I got solo ulted. Okay. Tell me, didn't work. Is it me or I can't hear you? Oh no, something's up with your sound. Nope. Oh, it's probably because I didn't have the capture card on. That's probably why. But yeah, I didn't test it out yet. I decided to hop on here, and I'm probably about to actually hop on the PC version because of the bullshit that was going on. You know, like the first 2 games was fucking ass. I got like 2 same people earlier. It was fucking dumb. Like a tank that couldn't do shit and a top 500 player that was not killing shit at all. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, it was the fucking audio. I forgot to turn on the shit for it. I got to my Hanzo skin finally. Let's see if it does work. Well, shut the audio off. That where is it? That capture card. Capture card. Boop. I do want to see if it works. So I am also going to put this in performance mode because it helps. And before I do that, I got to exit out here because if I don't, then it's going to fuck up. Okay. I'll set that right there. Move my drinks around. Oberbotch. Orberwatch. Orby watch. Phone. Burrito. Paramount Plus. Orcs Bex. Looks like it's already running smooth just from it starting up and everything. Wait. Okay, I can add that to my... And then activate this one. Set you... Right there, your balance. It's fine. Alright. There we go. You know? Aside from that, which I always deal with for some reason. You know, it's running. I also have VSync on too. But oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wiggle, it's running. It's running. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's working. I could probably switch off VSync though. Apply that real quick. I know we get more FPS. And it just feels better to me. Yes. 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 Okay. It's confirmed it works. A lot better than what it did. A lot better. A lot better. A lot better. Yes. It works. Like, oh. Oh. I can actually move this back now because it's like in a weird position. There we go.
Every soldier needs a cause.
Down right quick.
Tactical termination. I'm a man on a mission. Stay out of my way.
Cool though. Philly bomb, no veggies. Gotta have the peppers in it. I mean, shit, you get a Philly, you gotta have the green peppers and shit. A little choppy, not bad though. The reason why it was choppy because I also had I had my browser up because I was streaming earlier the Overwatch League stuff or the Overwatch Championship. Yeah, it's a little choppy, but it's not like, you know, horrible like it was before. It just dropped down to like 10 frames and shit. It's actually a lot more smoother. I can do it finally. Punch. But they got a Moira. I think that's the reason why I had it at. I had VSync on. It was to help out with the choppiness. Because VSync really helps out with like a lot of the shit. From what I read. So I might turn that back on. But even with it, like, kind of like this, it's not horrible where it's just unplayable. I played games on 30 frames per second, so I'm quite used to it. How y'all doing? Ah. Now that time it fucked up on me. Framey. Starting to get a little bit more framey. Fine. Okay, I'm turning VSync back on. Because that helped out a lot and it capped it.
Evolution is a painful path to walk. Enemy spotted.
Stinky left. Ooh, stinky. Stinky poo poo. You lefty boo. Oh my god. Okay, maybe not. Oh my god. So framey. Getting worse. Oh, yeah, he did. He did. You're dead. What the fuck? Why are we going to their spawn? Why don't we just go into the objective? Yeah, no, you got fucked right there, and I'm probably gonna get fucked. Maybe, possibly. Oh, fucking Bastion. Okay. Bastion got me. That's unfortunate.
You will learn pain only glimpsed in myth.
Oh, that didn't ricochet it? Okay. Know this angle. Fucking done it before, bro. What the fuck? Okay. Whatever. The game's wanting to fuck me out of that. Where the fuck are we all at? We're like so spread apart. Okay. I don't know why it's still choppy. It really shouldn't be. But it is. Hmm. I think after this we'll just hop back on the Xbox version still. But it's not as choppy as it used to be. I mean, it's still choppy and it's annoying, but it's not like god awful anymore. Oh, fuck. Because beforehand, I wouldn't be able to get out of that. We might be able to still do it. Oh my goodness. This Bastion's getting annoying to me. No fucking way, bro! Hey! Fucking no skill fucking character, bro. You just sit there and you fucking lob a fucking alt fire and it just bounces around. Holy fuck, bro. Where the fuck is my... Okay. It's always me that dies to the fucking dumbest shit. Always me. Always me. Doesn't matter how fucking well I play. I still died to the dumbest shit. It is the most irritating ass fucking cancer this game fucking does. Some dumb shit. Dumb teammates. Jesus Christ. Okay. Lag. Fucking avoiding your... Fucking laggy, 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 laggy. Fucking stupid system. See why you're lagging this much. There's no reason for you to be lagging this much. Graphics and everything is literally down at fucking minimum. What if I set it on full screen? Will that fucking help? Will that help your stupid shit? Because sometimes you're dumb like that. You'll work. Yes, drops down. Probably need a better graphics card too. I don't have the fucking money for that shit though. That shit's expensive like 10 motherfuckers. Even just for an older fucking version, you're still looking at almost fucking $400. And of course, we're gonna go up there. Marissa, I'm not gonna heal you if you're gonna keep playing fucking stupid, bitch. All right. What? Fucking throw damage orbs out because no one is. Dude, no one is killing it. No one is killing anything. They're just allowing this team to steamroll us. Like, I don't understand. For the love of fucking Christ, brother. Like, I don't understand. Our tank went 9-9. Alright, we'll exit out of this and just go back to the Xbox. Might still have to reconfigure my shit. Matter of fact, at it, since I'm actually still on here. No, fuck it. I'll just do it later. We'll go back on the Xbox. Fire Rescue. It's called No Name. Go back on the Xbox. Where was I? Oh, yeah, here you go. Capture card up and running. Because I still think I have to solve something else for my shit. Like, I guarantee it. I 100% guarantee it. There's also something else with it. But for the time being, I guess we'll just play it on the Xbox. Headset and put it back on. And now I can move this back. Because it's my energy drink that I made. And yeah. I think I also might know why it's choppy. Because I just noticed my computer needs a Windows update. As I'll update it in like whenever. Update it tonight whenever I get done streaming. And we just picked support. So hopefully, whenever I get it figured out, it'll be, you know, a lot better on the PC version. Moira.
Humanity is shackled. I hold the key.
I'd rather wait a century for progress than cause the harm you have.
What a joy it must be to feel entitled to patience.
Not all of us are scientists, but that's no reason to be careless.
I want the veggies. Give me the lemon. I want the lemon. I want the lemon. The lemon. Have you seen my muffins? I want my muffins. Have you seen my lemons? I want my lemons. Perfectly natural. Don't damage boost me. Okay, damage boost me. I dare you. I double dog dare you. Well, that failed. Well, I planned that the entire time.
Repairing your cellular makeup. Barrier unsuccessful. Your end is within my reach. I'm under attack. Lending a hand. Be nurtured.
Barrier has been overwhelmed.
A sip for the parched.
The fight is imminent.
Watch yourself. There's much for you to do.
The universe does not weep when the sun sets. Enemy turret theory.
I offer something more. I must recharge. Hold on. The weak can fend for themselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
You cannot escape me.
The barrier appears.
I gave you free will and you've squandered it.
What is that melody? Soldier 76 reporting for duty. Cosmically insignificant.
A sip for the parched. Welcome improvement. A taste of poison.
Barrier is splintering.
Be nurtured.
Time for the reckoning.
Atrophy. Fend for themselves. Spectre, grant me an ember from your hearts. My essence has reformed.
We could have fucking held that.
I offer something
Okay.
more.
Heightening your capabilities.
Reinvert
Got it.
power
Just run back.
objective lost.
Behind stop.
Soldier 76 reporting for duty.
I'm here to help.
Misery made manifest.
Feeling more powerful?
I found the enemy.
Mending you.
I could use some assistance.
I require assistance.
Helping you out.
I like how I came back and I got solo ulted. That's terrific.
Destruction is imminent. Kill the Mahal. Power grows. Your end is within my reach. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. I see a hostile. Come on, Grit. Misery made manifest. Neil Musharula Paul. Receive my aid.
Here to help.
Lending a hand. A sip for the parched. You're broken. May I?
You dare oppose Olympus? Come on, get up!
I am optimized. Big stanger lad.
Time for the reckoning!
Be nurtured. Such grievous wounds. Is inevitable.
60 seconds remaining.
Enhancing your vitals. The weak can fend for themselves. What is it now?
30 seconds remaining.
Effective. Victory grows ever. Gale the Mahal. Reinvert over. I offer something more.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines! Onwards to victory! Get ready for a shot!
Glimpsed in myth. A cure for all the tales.
My duty is being done!
Damn, I did more healing than our Mercy. Holy fuck. Okay. Was not expecting that.
Play of the game.
Oh, he's done. Yeah. How you do it? That's how you do it. Gotta hear every bit of sound coming through the game. I think I got like one more in me and then stop the stream. We've been live for like, oh no, I can just stop. I really want to try to figure out why my stream is still kind of choppy. So I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm gonna call it here. I'll be live tomorrow, of course, on Overwatch.